Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears and your eyes. Diva Divine Light, live from Brooklyn, New York.
Know your lane for what you saying, yo. Said it with my 9 million with the dilly, yo. When I be on the mic, yes, I do my duty, yo. While up in the club, I be while in the studio. You don't wanna vibe, nigga, really and truly, yo. My main thug, nigga named Julio, he moody, yo. I'm a nigga that'll slap you with the toolie, yo. Bitch, nigga scared to death, act fruity, yo. Fuck that, look at shorty, she a little cutie, yo. The way you shake it, make me wanna get all in the booty, yo. With no lane for what you saying, yo.
Diva Divine Light.
Really my heart to be. That's what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to be. That's what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
You're watching Diva, the Divine Light. A fun-loving, caring, passionate person who talks about sex, celebrity, and real-life issues, and even abuse. So hit that like button and make sure you share the show.
Really my heart to be. That's what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to be. That's what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to be. That's what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to be. That's what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
Here comes the pitch, and it comes in wide. On the combo.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, guys. What's going on? Hello to my lovely people in the chat. What is hood? What is good? Hey, Ty. What's up, West Coast baby? What's up, baby? Cat Talk. What's up, Mama Love? Black Girl Beauty. What's up, Mama Indigo? Bev Davis. Hello, Mommy. Lovely's Fair. What's up, lady? Who else is in the building? Truth Strong. What's up, sis? Atmos Live. What's up, baby? Well, Fat Boy. What's up, Fat Boy? Well, I'm having difficulties. I just realized now something's going on with my speaker. I don't know what. I don't have a connection here for my speaker. So the video I was going to play, I hope I can play it and you guys can still hear it. So when I do get ready to play my videos, I will ask that you guys let me know that you can hear the video because for some reason, something's going on with my speaker. And microphone check for me. Do I sound good, guys? Give me a 1 in the chat. Do I sound like I'm lagging or anything like that? It's all good. Give me a thumbs up, y'all. Hey, honey bunny. What's up, mama? Wings! Babe, you ready for your birthday? You ready for your birthday? I'm not ready, girl. My face is swollen. I got to go tomorrow to the doctor's, to the emergency department. I had an abscess. Well, I still have it. I have an abscess in my gum, and it's from the tooth. And I got things going on there in that tooth. It's my back, one of my back molars back there. My wisdom teeth were all pulled out, so I have no wisdom teeth. Hey, truth be told, what's up, papito? I haven't seen you in a minute, brother. How you doing? Hello, Erica. Welcome. Purple, purple. What's up, baby? Okay, well, be safe driving, okay? So, as I was saying, I have an abscess in the gum there, and tomorrow I have to go to the emergency room, and they're gonna, I gather, just pull it all out and stuff. So they're gonna drain it, pull it, and all these things are happening tomorrow. So I'm praying that for my birthday, March 2nd, which is Wednesday, I believe, right? Um, I'm praying that my face is not swollen so I can show my face. If not, I'll show my face, but I'll have a mask on because I don't want you guys to see my face looking all crazy and swollen and shit. Hello, hello, Erica. Welcome, honey. Welcome, welcome. Everybody, welcome Erica to the chat. Hi, Erica. I'm in a little bit of pain. I'm on antibiotics. I went to the hospital Friday. So I've been on antibiotics for the past couple of days. When I went Friday, she drained out about um what was it? She drained out about 200 milliliters of pus and blood, mixed with the saline, the water that she was draining it out with. And it was, oh my God. So she took out a lot, and taking the antibiotic is helping it go down. But it's still very hard in the jaw area there. And it hurts, but it doesn't hurt too much. I smoke my bud, take my extra strength Tylenol. I take 3 pills at one shot. So I take 1,500 milligrams. So I'm okay. Yeah, girl, you should have seen. You know how many times it took her? It took her 8 shots to get my face numb. Okay. She went in there 8 times and then she was going all the way in the back and I was feeling that shit in my jaw. Like, yeah, I was in a lot of pain in the moment, but I'm a tough girl. I can handle pain. Trust me, girl. I'm all right. Yeah, no drinky drinky for me. The only thing I'm gonna do is smoky smoky. They even told me I can't do that, but fuck that. Put a gauze in my mouth. I'll be all right. Hey, I am Queen. What's up, Mama Love? Ruby, what's up? Nikki, babe. Mama, you don't understand. The other time you came into my chat, excuse me, the other time when you came into my chat by accident, I don't know what I did. I think I deleted you. I blocked you. I don't know what the hell I did because my phone is acting up. So sometimes when I scroll, it gets stuck. And then if I get stuck, I'll press something I'm not supposed to press, and it's just retarded. So I'm glad to see you, my love. I made sure you wasn't blocked. Yo, that shit was crazy that day. I was like, Nikki, come back, come back. I don't know what I did. I'm sorry. Oh, so guys, anyway, we're gonna get to business. I've been chatting for the past 11 minutes. Let's get to business here. So, Bonjean, let me stop yelling, first of all. You guys hear me loud and clear? There's no need for me to yell. Bonjean wound up putting in a letter today. Um, Let me see if I can pull up the letter. Okay. She wrote a 3-page letter to Judge Donnelly. Okay. And she was talking about the Rule 33 motion, which is the motion for a new trial, right? So she says, Dear Judge Donnelly, undersigned's counsel, which is her, filed defendant's Rule 33 motion on February 17, 2022. That same day, defendant sought an extension from this court for an additional 30 days, right? We know she did that letter. She put it in for 30 days, right? Then she says, to supplement defendant's Rule 33 motion if necessary. So that was docket number 271. This court denied the motion without prejudice to refile because defendant failed to ascertain whether the government consented to the request. So defendant respectfully requests a 3-week extension to file a supplement Rule 33 motion. Specifically, defendant requests until March 21st, 2022 to file a supplement Rule 33 motion if necessary. Now, the government opposes the request, stating, we have consented to numerous prior extensions and believe you have had sufficient time to prepare post trial motions. The government said, listen, you know, you had plenty of time to do what you had to do, girl. Girl, speed it up, speed it up. You catch up. Come on now. You can do it. You can do it. Then she says, undersigned's counsel, which is her, has not had sufficient time to ensure that all of the defendant's Rule 33 claims have been presented to this court for consideration, particularly those premised on ineffective assistance of counsel. Undersigned's counsel, which is her, filed her appearance in this matter on October 29th of 2021. This court ordered defendant to file post-trial motions by December 29, 2021. Undersigned counsel worked diligently over the next 60 days. So she's like, look, I worked 60 days, over 60 days. She said, reading the voluminous record in the case, researching various issues, and consulting with the defendant. Undersigned counsel, which is her, sought an additional 30 days extension on December 27th, 2021, for reasons identified in her letter filed under docket number 260. After the filing of that letter, the MDC went on lockdown for the next 5 weeks. First, because of the rampant spread of the Omicron strand of COVID-19, and then because of a nationwide BOP lockdown related to security issues. Now, we all know that had to do with the whole thing that with the gangs. There was something that happened in the federal prisons that they all went on lockdown for a little while because there was something going on. I forgot exactly what it was. But they had to put most BOPs on lockdown due to the gangs so that there wasn't riots and stuff like that. So, undersigned counsel, which is her, was unable to visit the defendant during the entirety of that time and was largely unable to speak to him via phone or through Zoom. So the MDC was in complete disarray, and securing Zoom visits was virtually impossible as they were in high demand and inmates were not being moved. Apart from a few phone calls, undersigned counsel simply could not have meaningful communications with her client during this 5-week time period. Now, on February 1st, the date on which undersigned counsel sought a 2-week extension to file defendant's post-trial motions, docket number 264. The entire BOP went on a nationwide lockdown for a week, further interfering with undersigned counsel's ability to communicate with defendant. Indeed, undersigned counsel's first confirmed Zoom meeting with defendant, scheduled for February 3rd, 2022, was canceled because of the nationwide lockdown. Now, undersigned counsel did not have the opportunity to visit with defendant until February 10th, 2022, 1 week before the deadline for filing of his his post-trial motions. Undersigned counsel did her utmost to meet the February 17, 2022 deadline for the filing of post-trial motions, but has not had the opportunity to discuss with the defendant certain claims that may be appropriately raised in his Rule 33 motion. I wonder what that is. As this court knows, defendant's trial team only withdrew from this case as of February 2nd, 2022. Since that date, undersigned counsel has had inadequate time to discuss with defendant certain aspects of his prior representation to determine whether they form the basis of additional claims that must be raised in his Rule 33 motion without forfeiting those claims for appellate review. So she's like, listen, we did this, we did that, I did everything I could within time without even having enough time to speak to the client. She speeded up to do reviewing through all these transcripts and everything, found what she could in the moment, but she needs more time, right? Let's be fair. She needs more time. It's a lot of shit to go through. It's not like, I hear out here in these streets, they're talking about how with the jury deliberations, how they came back so quick with a verdict. They were in deliberations for 9.5 hours. And the other side is like, they didn't have enough time. They should have had more time to look at that stuff. They had to look at everything and everything. Why didn't they look at it? They didn't look at everything. They didn't need to look at everything. They were at the trial. What the fuck they gotta look at everything for? They were at the trial. They only needed to look at and review the things they wanted to review that they had questions about. That's why they said, listen, we need transcripts for Jane Doe number blah blah. And we need transcripts for Jane Doe number blah blah. And we want to see again how's the layout of his house. And we want to see this and we want to see that. They only wanted to see what they needed to see, which is what they were questioning that they weren't sure of, that they needed to go back. Because remember, the jury was at the trial. They don't need to review the whole trial and all the transcripts, you idiot. Okay? Okay. Let's just debunk that. Okay? Because you got people out here spitting out fire out their mouth and don't know what the fuck they talking about. Lord have mercy. Give me Jesus, hold the wheel. Mm, 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 mm. I'm not a lawyer. Definitely not that. But I see what I see and I understand what I understand. And your understanding is a dun dun. Okay? Okay. Right. So, let's continue with the letter. Since that date, undersigned counsel has had inadequate time to discuss with defendant certain aspects of his prior representation to determine whether they form the basis of additional claims that must be raised in his Rule 33 motion without forfeiting those claims for appellate review. Okay. And she says that undersigned counsel must consult with defendant to determine whether certain decisions related to his representation were made pursuant to strategy or were objectively unreasonable. Now, a 3-week extension will not cause undue prejudice to the government and will not cause significant additional delay to these proceedings. Granting this request will not interfere with the defendant's sentencing hearing, which is currently scheduled for May 4th of 2022. So therefore, defendant respectfully requests until March 21st of 2022 to file a supplemental Rule 33 motion if necessary. So she's just asking for another couple of more days, another week to because I believe it was the 20th, right? So she's because it said she had till March 20th. So she's requesting an extra day to file a supplement Rule 33 motion if necessary. Because she keeps saying if necessary. Give me 1 second, guys. that. Sorry about that. Sorry, I apologize. I had to step off, had to take care of the kitties. Okay. So where were we? So she's asking for an extra day, basically. Right? Um and then she says that as a courtesy to this court, um oh, she also cited the one of the reasons why um she couldn't see R. Kelly was because of the Federal Bureau of Prisons was on national lockdown after deadly fights at USP Beaumont, and she put in the article, so the link for the article, and then she also says that as a courtesy to this court and the government, undersigned counsel wishes to flag the possibility that defendant will seek to adjourn to his sentencing hearing until after the conclusion of his trial in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Illinois, scheduled to commence on August 1st of 2022. Defendant will file an appropriate motion in short course if he decides to make such a request. So, R. Kelly, Bonjean, is seeking to adjourn his sentencing hearing on May 4th of 2022 until after his trial in the Northern District of Illinois for the federal case, which is supposed to start August 1st. So, I'm thinking that if he does get convicted again, say he gets a new trial, right? Because she wants to deal with his sentencing after this one. So if he gets convicted here, I'm thinking, to my common sense knowledge, my logic thinking, is that she's probably going to put both together and then maybe do an appeal to reduce his sentencing. So once he gets convicted here and she knows more or less what his sentencing looks like, and then he gets sentenced in New York, she can consolidate them together concurrently, right? If that's the correct term, concurrent. So she can do them concurrent, and then she could kind of weigh out his odds and maybe do an appeal to his sentencing and maybe give him a lighter sentence. So I'm pretty sure Bonjean sees that, yes, the government has proved some guilt because, they have. So if he gets a new trial in New York, then forget about his sentencing. He'll just get a whole new trial, right? I wonder if they can do that. I'm not even sure. So okay, let me see what you guys are saying in here. And that was the end of her letter there. So basically that's what Bonjean put in today. That was her letter to request for an extension for an extra day because it's supposed to be due March 20th. She asked till March 21st. And she also wishes to she's thinking about putting in a adjournment to his sentencing hearing. So basically that's what it is. So that's what Miss Bonjean got it going on. That's what's going on, guys. That's what she's thinking about. That's what she is thinking about. Let's see what you guys are saying here, and then I'm going to continue with the rest of my info here. Okay. Also, was that two prisoners got murdered? Oh, okay, right. So two prisoners had got murdered, and they were gang. They were in gangs, right? They were Crips or Bloods or something like that. What? Wait a minute, I am Queen. What's up, Shorty? What's up, Shaw? What's up, baby girl? What's up, Shaw? What's up, Shorty? I am Queen. What's up, baby? You in the building? Everybody that just came into the building. The Kendra. What's up, lady? Girl, why was Boots going in on you? Girl, you hurt her feelings that bad. That was funny as fuck. I was in the bushes on the replay laughing. Like, what is she doing? I was like, oh my God. She got so upset. Lord have mercy. It's okay when she does it to people, but can't nobody go back at her. That is the funniest shit. I just get confused with that. I just get confused. You know, if you don't want people coming at you, don't come at them. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to talk your shit, be prepared for people to come back. That's it. That's all. You know. Um, I am Queen. That is ridiculous. Yeah, that. Now, what is this here, Queen, that you talking about? That damn Sly Fox telling them people to go after Auntie Anne. What? Why are we going after Auntie Anne? What did Auntie Anne do to her? What did Auntie Anne do? What did Auntie Anne do to you, Sly Fox? Eh? What did she do to you, baby? Uh, Sly. You sly little fox, you little devil, you bitch. What happened to you? Why are you so mad? ¿Y qué pasó? ¿Y qué pasó? Take our Kelly. What's up, baby? Ruby. All right. Just want to shout y'all out. The Kendra, OCOV. What's up, sis? Yeah, I'm. Oh, okay, Kendra. I'm sorry, mama. I don't know. This might be a little long one. I don't know. I'm trying not to. Queen Auntie Anne got this. She is ready for them all. Yes, she is. Do all attorneys cry a river like R. Kelly's attorneys? If they have to, they will. It's my party and I'll cry if I want to. You know. Okay. They can keep letting Sylvia send them off if they want. Yeah, like, you know what? Listen, keep messing with the lawyers, keep messing with the judges, keep doing those things because you make it worse. You are proving more and more about an enterprise. Okay. And the social media networks. Don't forget that another reason why R. Kelly had a sequestered, anonymous, a partial sequestered, anonymous jury was because of you crazy ass people. Don't y'all realize that? Like, you fucking groupies are retarded. I'm not even talking to the supporters. I'm talking to the fucking groupies. You groupies. Because that's what yous are. Groupies. What do you think yous are gonna get when this is all done from R. Kelly? I'm curious to know. What do you guys think R. Kelly is gonna give you? A dick in your ass? Money? Because he ain't got none. What is he giving you? And if he remains in jail forever, what are you looking at? What are we doing? What are we doing? So if he remains in jail forever and ever, what are we doing? What are you groupies gonna do? I'm just curious to know. Somebody please answer me that. Thank you. I want to know. The government has some tricks in their bag. And if they get a new trial, the government is going to pull out more stuff. Thank you, Shaw. You're absolutely right. And they're going to hate that they did any of this. You're absolutely right. You know, that's right, Shaw. Big old bag of devices. Yeah. And more paperwork. Yeah, give her more time. I agree. Yes, give her more time. Give her more time because it is a lot of stuff to go through. You know, we want this shit to be fair. Let it be fair. Let it be fair so that, you know, we could come again with another guilty verdict, okay? Because he's guilty no matter what. I don't care what nobody say. Yeah, the whole rolling cart. That's right. That's right. Yes, Atmos, I agree as well. That's right. Give her more time. Yes, she should. Give her all the time she needs while she's taking time. Chicago case will go on and he still will get life in prison from Chicago. I agree. This is what will happen. Yes. It's like we say, it's going to run concurrent. I believe Bonjean is setting this up to where his sentencing will both be at the same time where she can go for an appeal next to maybe reduce his sentencing. That's probably like the next best thing that she could probably help R. Kelly with. Like, if I can't get you off because of the preponderance of evidence, then at least I can maybe help you reduce your sentence after the fact of these two trials. Yeah, no. She's doing her job. She's doing her job. She's gonna need more time for Chicago too. Yeah, she's got a lot of stuff to look at. Jesus hold the wheel. Yes, ma'am. Exactly. She's just like the other lawyers making excuses. They got to. You know, they're doing their job. They are absolutely doing their job. Yes, do me a favor, guys. Please hit that like button. Do not forget. Thank you. Missy, what's up, mamita? Hey, baby. I hope you're doing good too, my love. I believe they're giving him false hope. You know, they have to do what they have to do for their client. I mean, they got to do what they got to do to get paid. And this is the reason why a lot of those lawyers are not there because she needs to get paid. And a lot of these filings and things um cost a lot of money. And he needs all his money to be spent on these appeals and Bonjean doing her work. Yes, she can work pro bono, but I believe she wants to get paid too. Yeah, no. Miss Me, Miss Mo, what's up, lady? Hi, baby. Nicole, what's up, lady? It's about time we came back. Baby, I've been out of commission. My tooth, I've been going through things physically with my ailments. So, and while I've been down, I've been researching and getting things together for you guys. So, you know how I do. Receipt lady, information lady. Yes. Why would she want to do that? Yeah. Take our Kelly. What's up, lady? Yes, thank you. Okay. I think they are trying to deserve if the appeal is even worth it. If the Chicago case is a slaughter, an appeal in New York would be for naught. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because technically she said She wants to file the 33 if necessary, because technically she did file the Rule 29 motion. She did, which is to have his case acquitted, those charges, those 9 counts acquitted. Now, what she wants to do is put in a motion for Rule 33, if necessary, which is to file for a new trial. Because what she had put in was a memorandum, which is just a memo stating her reasoning for possibly wanting to have a new trial. That's why. That's because she know he's guilty. That's why she wants to put them together. Yes, I just gave my like. Thank you, baby. Hey, Vanetta, what's up, mama? Okay, I'm going through as many. Hey, Miss Showers, what's up, lady? Hello, Candy Johnson. She is obsessed with R. Kelly. No, she said to her, wait, 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 wait. Wait, I'm trying to get to. I lost my spot where I was with the darn. Okay, here we go. Okay. Hi, Vanetta. What's up, mama? Okay, Truth says, wouldn't that only be for the second federal case? The Chicago state case should not be included. No, no, it's only for the federal case. It's not for the state. You're right. It's not. It's not. It's she's talking about consecutive with both cases, the both federal cases. She's not talking about the state case because she's not part of that. She's only assigned to the New York federal case and the Chicago federal case and his appeals. That's it. That's all she's doing. Hey, Ton Bella, what's up, mama? She's a weirdo. Facts. She's a freaking bully, but she knows who to bully. Yeah, exactly. You're right. Something's wrong with little Daryl man. Is that what you call her? Is that what you were calling? Okay, I didn't get who you were. Now I know. Thank you, Lakendra. Because remember, I was in that live for a little bit, but I had to jump out because I had to, go do things. So, but I saw some of it. I miss you too, Shaw baby. The truth. What's up, lady mama? Sylvia need her damn head examined. She sure do. Like, what is going on with that lady? 1 minute she's gonna slow down, the next minute I don't know. She's just, like I say, it's all for the money for her. It's not pure in her heart. That's why all these things are happening to R. Kelly because she's not pure in her heart. Everything she says is bullshit. To find cases where Auntie Anne was unjust. She needs a man. What? Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, ladies, I'm back. Daryl, like, yeah, little Daryl. I cannot. Yes, she's unstable and she needs a therapist. I agree, and she's trying to be a therapist on YouTube. I don't get it. It's crazy. She's trying to give herself therapy. It's crazy how a lot of these people try to say people need therapy like really badly, but they're the ones who need the therapy very badly. A lot of people out here preach, but they don't practice what they preach, and it's a damn shame. It's just funny. It's just funny how these people are on these streets. Mm, mm. Yes, they do too much. They do way too much. Right. No herpes. Right. They have not learned anything from their past experiences. No, they have not at all. At all. That's right. As the truth says, that these damn buzzards, what the fuck? These buzzards be buzzing. Buzz, zzz, zzz, a zzz, zzz. I swear, I'm telling you right now. I tell you, I don't know how many times I gotta say it, but let me tell you, for me to be R. Kelly, I would hate to have these groupies. And you know what's interesting? How Shabazz, was it Shabazz? Who was it that was talking? All right. One of them had mentioned, I don't remember who it was. I think it might have been Carolina Diamond. I think it was Carolina. I was watching Carolina. Wow. Carolina Diamond dropped some bombs. And I hope a lot of people were paying attention to what she was saying. R. Kelly is not innocent. Okay. She's spoken to her family. They know the rumors. They know what's true. They feel what's true. They know what's true. Their family has problems, generational curses. She let you know without saying it. That family is full of generational curses. So when you see the last name Kelly Kelly, yeah, there's a problem because generational curses. And it's a damn shame. And I'm sorry that that family is like that. A lot of homes are like that. And it's a shame because with homes like that, that's how they create victims. Unfortunately, R. Kelly was part of that. And a lot of us who are victims have been through that. I don't blame R. Kelly for being victimized as a kid. It's not his fault. And it's a sad thing that happened to him. I don't think that shit is funny. But when you become an abuser, that's a problem. It may not have been your fault because your mind was developed and groomed to be that way, but you developed a narcissistic personality, and that didn't help with your trauma. He needed help. He really, really needed help. He still needs help. But that narcissism turned him into a whole nother person. And the reason why, like Carolina was saying, that he have these negative people around him, like I said plenty of times, Why do you think these things, why do you think R. Kelly keeps these people around him? Look at all the crooks and the snakes that he has around him, and he keeps them around. Why is that? Because he's a bad man, like Aaliyah said, quote unquote. R. Kelly is a bad man. Asante McGee said R. Kelly, the entertainer, is different from Robert. Robert is the devil. This is why he don't pray. Like she said, he don't pray. He don't know how to pray. He don't go to church. He don't know how to pray. He has to have people pray for him. But that's not going to help. He has to really sit down and pray. And being that he's illiterate, that's going to be hard. But he can learn the words from somebody else. They could teach it to him to where they could dictate to him, and he could repeat until it stays in your head. Because other people praying for him is really not going to help. I mean, he has to want to repent. He wants to have to admit his sins. If he cannot do that, God will not forgive him. Period. God will not forgive him. Sylvia wants her daughter to be R. Kelly's makeup artist. Yeah. Thirsty ass buzzards. He ain't getting out. Exactly. Him did it, bitches. Oh, Ruby, my condolences, mommy. May he rest in peace in heaven. God bless, baby. A moment of silence. And a moment of silence for Missy's relative as well. She just had a passing in her family as well. Amen. Prayers up to you, ladies. She wants to marry R. Kelly. I'm pretty sure she does, Lord. Granny, what's up, Granny? The government's going to roll that herpes card right back in that courtroom. You don't have to go too much to the beginning, Granny. I'm just going through your comments right now. As she should, any defense attorney should pull out the stops. Right. And that's the best thing she can do for him. They need to stop resentencing these victims. Their mental states are not good, and let him get sentenced and move on to the next trial. I agree, Candy. It's a lot, mommy. You are so right. You know, they're constantly being re victimized every single time they have to tell this story. It's re traumatization all over again. You know, you have to repeat it to the cops, then you have to repeat it to the lawyers, then you have to repeat it at trial, then you have to repeat it, constantly repeating, to the point where you want to block it out, but you can't because it's constantly there. You're welcome, Ruby. Hey, Miss April. Yeah, the Chicago case is the boom, and that's another thing. Let me clear something up for the dragon lady over there. Let me clear something up for you, honey. Let me do this for you. Okay. Because we over here, We know what we talking about. We over here know how to read and comprehend. We over here ain't coming with no bullshit. Okay. That whole thing you did with Lanita Carter, right? And talking about how Chicago has no minors. Girl, let me tell you something. Just in case you don't know, let me school you a little bit, just a little bit of some 101 on R. Kelly cases. Okay. Chicago has two cases, right? One is the federal and one is state, right? Okay. The federal trial for the Northern District of Illinois, okay, has five, counted, one, two, three, four, five minors, okay, between the ages of 12 to the ages of 16. Those are minors. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Those are minors. Now, in the Chicago state of Cook County case has four victims, three of whom were minors. One of them was an adult, and that was Lanita Carter. Why are you not talking about the other five plus three is eight? Why are you not talking about the other eight victims? That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about Lanita Carter. We know she's an adult. We know Lanita Carter was an adult who was assaulted by R. Kelly. Sexually aggravated assault. Go look at the charges if you want to know. If you don't know, I advise you to go back and school yourself on the case. Okay? Because you don't know shit. So sit down with your dragon breath and your fire, because this Pisces over here, I'm a water baby. I'll put you out. Got it? Good. Okay. Enough of that. Straighten that one out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She might quit after the Chicago case. That's why she needs to wait. I'm praying for you, Diva. Thank you, Mama. She is realizing that this is not a Bill Cosby case. It's probably 3 times worse. I agree, Shaw. They think will appeal Chicago. Shaw facts, definitely not a slam dunk. She might quit before Chicago. Yes, take. Thank you, baby. Send those vibes, baby. Send those vibes. Yeah, there's a lot of evidence. It's a lot of evidence. Did y'all see on Bonjean Twitter page her client had to serve 30 years before she got his case overturned? Yes, he served 30 years and then I don't know how many appeals he did actually have to try to go through before he got got one in or got one won. I don't remember which one it was. But you have to remember, sometimes these appeals take 3 or 4 years later. They don't always just happen right away. They don't. I guess it depends on the case and things like that and how backed up the Supreme Court and the other courts' calendars are. Because everything goes by calendar. Shabazz was breaking it down. We're gonna talk about that too. Like I'm gonna they said a lot of stuff. So y'all know me, I really like I didn't write anything down. That's my biggest problem. See, when I start watching these videos, I have to remember to try to come with a notebook and a pen and start jotting down shit. So I don't have to always play their content. You know what I mean? Um, but I like to play their content too so that people get the reality of what was really said. I don't, like I said, I like over here, I like to give people the truth. I don't want to lie to anybody. I don't want to give anybody false pretenses, misleading content, or anything like that. That's not what I want to do. I want to make sure that I try to give the truth and the right information. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. May somebody correct me, you know? So simple as that. Shabazz did that thing. With dry sake. What the hell is that? Take? What is that? Take? Don't scare me, take, please. If anything, como se dice? Hey Karen J, what's up, lady? Right. Bush people, please take notes for your commentary. I'm ready for Chicago like a kid at Toys R Us. Me too, girl. That shit can't come any quicker. I swear to God. Like the sentencing, the trial, it's now she wants to push back the sentencing date. So let's see what Bonjean's next motion will be. We're waiting for the government's response. So let's see what happens. And then we're waiting for Judge Donnelly to come through by, I forgot what the date was again, April something, I think, or March something. I forgot. Sharon Wimbush is going to represent him in the state case. I think she should. I mean, go get your license, girl, and go do that. Yeah, that would be very productive. Charisse, my love. Hi, baby. Yeah, I was out for a few minutes, guys. I had to. Okay. All right. So now, um, let me take this off. Okay. Now I got new comments up here. Oh, yes. Hold on. Give me a second, guys. I'm going on pause. Okay, I'm back, guys. You damn, I should have brought a water too. Um, yeah. Hey D, what's up, lady? How you doing, mama? No, because Sly is a sly fox. She's a devil in disguise. Listen, that's why I say now the R. Kelly supporters, his real true supporters, just want the truth. They just want the truth. They just want to know the facts about his case. They don't want to hear all this riffraff. They don't want to hear the bullshit. They don't want to hear people como se they say, how you say that? What is that terminology, that saying? Uh they don't want nobody to sugarcoat anything. Don't sugarcoat nothing. Why are you people trying to cover up for R. Kelly's crimes? Y'all making him look guilty. The people that are out here trying to be honest about R. Kelly and his situation are his real supporters. The fucking groupies are the ones who go around lying and doing all stupid shit. You should be honest about your boy's case if that's your boy. Really pray for him because that's all you really can do. Stop getting involved. The people that are getting involved are the groupies. Like, let's get over yourselves. Stop it. And that interview with Dubosky with Jay Savage? Oh, God. I'm glad she held her own. She's a tough, tough young lady. God bless her. Jay Savage, if you out there, reach out to me if you can. Um, my phone number and my email information is in my about section on my channel. Go to the about section, look up for the information, give me a call, give me a text, give me email. I would love to have you, your mom, come over here and hang out with us and pray for joy and talk about the right things we should talk about. Not have somebody trying to confuse your brain and trying to spin narratives to try to coerce you, because that's what these people do. You know, if people really want to know the truth, come over here and we'll have a really decent conversation and people will know the truth and the facts the right way they should be heard. Not the shit where people trying to trip you up and confuse you and all this riffraff and being all nasty and rude. No. Come over here to OCOV. We family over here for you guys. We want Joy home. Azriel got home. We did our mission. We helped Az to get home. We did that. Larry and family did that. We did that. We helped. We can, God willing, maybe help Joy come home too. We just don't know the right approach. And it's very sensitive to approach her because she's very, very sensitive. That's why, we try not too much to pry on Joy. We're letting her be. She's an adult. She can make decisions on her own, even though in her mind she's a little cloudy, you know? But at least, we can she can watch, she can listen and understand what's really going on and try to get out of that world of R. Kelly world. The world, the twilight zone that he has raised these girls to be in. Right? That's right. Put in some hearts in the chat for Joy, please. Thank you. Right, Joy. I understand the savages, like I said, the savages might have done things unorthodox, but because of them, we thank you. Because of them, we got aware of what was going on in R. Kelly's world again, how he was still committing crimes. If it wasn't for that situation, if it wasn't for the savages, we would not know. These girls would still be there and they would still be trapped and we wouldn't know what was going on. The girls would still be continuing to go in and out, fly him in, fly him out. He would still be out doing his thing for his own sexual gratification because that's all it is for. It's for the humiliation of the girls and the gratification of his sexual needs. Period. That's why he's an abuser. That's why he needs to go to jail because he committed crimes of abuse, exploitation. We're going to talk about that too. Okay. You know, and we appreciate the savages for making the world aware of what is going on with R. Kelly. That how this man for all these years is still continuing to do his shenanigans. Even after Aaliyah, he kept going. The girls got older within time, but they're still teens. They were still minors. And he had his grown women in between too. His 20 something year olds. He had them too. He didn't just have minors. We're not saying that over here. That's not our case. We know that he has had women and we know that he has had minors, allegedly, according to rumors in the streets, right? According to his employees who worked for him, according to his entourage that was around him, according to the girlfriends, the AKA girlfriends, because like somebody has said today, earlier, I watched something too, and they were talking about how R. Kelly has this pimp mentality. And it's true. And I agree. It was Shabazz. Azriel was considered the bottom bitch. Did I not discuss this? I had a whole thing on sex trafficking, glossary, and everything. And I thought it was a great live. And come to find out that live, something was wrong with that live. Something was wrong with the live that it didn't come out right. It was frozen. I want to try to do another live about that. Azriel was considered AKA the bottom bitch, which is not really the bottom bitch, but she's the top bitch. Understand? But that's just the language that they use in the pimp world and the world of sex trafficking. Bottom bitch, which is the main bitch, the girl who makes sure everything is kept and all the girls are in line. And I believe that she was that. And I believe that he had Asante McGee and he also had Dominique as handlers. They were handlers. I would love to have Dominique on here. I would love to talk with Dominique because I know that she was with him the longest and has the most in her heart. And I know that she would be really sincere in her story. You know, this man was able to keep these girls there because, yes, he financially sustained them, he financially helped them with whatever they needed. And he gaslighted them to be like, your mama and your papa can't do the things that I could do for you. So go home if you want to go home, but I think you'd rather be here with me. Gaslighting, brainwashing. The fuck? That's what that is. Yeah, Clarence, you ready to get a black eye? You better stop. You gonna get a black eye. You gonna get a black eye, bro. So, coming to the other part of the commentary, what I wanted to show you guys. Let's see here. Wait. Okay. All right. Let me post that up there. Let me hold on. Where is okay? I want to go to my okay. Um wait, let's see. Wait. Then I wanted to go into this first, or should I go? No, I think I'm just gonna go this. I'm gonna do here. Okay. Um there we go. Now I want to share with you guys. Okay. All right, you guys see my screen? Let me go back to the okay, you guys can see the screen. Double checking, making sure everything's okay. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay, you guys can see the screen. Does it look blurry? Ugh, I don't want it to look blurry, but if it is what it is. I'm sorry about that, guys. That you might not be able to see the words on the screen. Let me hold on. Do that over. Sorry, y'all. Okay. Let's see if I do it again. Maybe it'll maybe I can do it one more. Let's see how this looks this way. Oh wait. Okay. All right. So what is forced labor? Right? In Bonjean's motion for acquittal, right? She's trying to get the racketeering charges taken off, right? So it's basically what she's doing. So in one of those, or in a couple of them, I forgot what it is. I'll go back to the document in a second just to show you guys. Um, speaks about forced labor. Now, what is forced labor? Forced labor occurs when individuals are compelled to provide work or service through the use of force, fraud, or coercion. So when someone coerces you and forces you to do a labor, like an example, um, he told Geronda Pace to suck his dick or something like that, right? It's not like he said, "Hey, listen, I'm in the mood right now, and I was just wondering if you were down for some oral sex. You think you could give me some head?" He wasn't like that. Oh, it wasn't like, babe. Yeah, no. Can we have a quickie real quick? Are you in the mood? What's up? He was like, yo, bitch, get on your knees and suck my dick. Cause I said so. That's what you must do. That's forced labor. Then it says that this crime happens both in the United States and overseas. And victims rarely come forward to seek help because they may be unable to escape their environment, or that they are too vulnerable to seek assistance. Also, potential language barriers may exist, or they do not self recognize as a victim. They just feel like they're doing what they got to do because they got to do what they got to do to work, get that money, right? Or get that love, whatever it is that the abuser is um, coercing them or persuading them with, whether it be money, whether it be gifts, whether it be trips around the world, whatever. Um, okay, so it says that indicators of forced labor may take place during the worker's recruitment process to force the acceptance of the job, to deceive the worker into an exploitive job. Okay, well, I need you to we're gonna do this video right now. Let me, and you're in the room and he's just setting up the cameras. He's not telling you he's gonna film you, none of that. It's just happening. It's just happening. It doesn't matter what the fuck you say. It's just happening. That's forced labor. And then later on, give you money. That's what it is. R. Kelly was a pimp for himself. I always said that. He's a fucking pimp for himself. Then it says that additionally, force, threats of harm, and other abusive practices may be used to prevent the victim from leaving the job. Well, if you leave and you don't come back, it's all right. Just make sure you don't say nothing because, or be careful because I'm going to have these people watching you. You go outside and there's people watching you and you feel paranoid and, you're going through all these things mentally. You fucked with your head. Right? Let's stop sharing that. Now, let's understand another part where they wanted to know that she said there was no coercion or enticement, right? Oh, give me a second, y'all. Oh, thank you, Josh. Okay. Now, here, I don't know if you guys can see this. Let me see if I can. See if I can. Let's see if I can make it that big. How big is this here? Okay. All right. I don't know if you guys can see the words on the screen, but it is what it is. Now, this is talking about coercion and enticement. Oh, wait. Here we go. Now, this is coming from an attorney, and he says that if you or a person that you love is looking at coercion and enticement charges, you need a skilled federal defense attorney doing battle on your behalf. The possible penalties are life altering. The repercussion may include enormous fines, time behind bars, or both. And it's critical that you work alongside an attorney who has a very broad skill set and understands what's on the line. So, getting a talented federal sex offense lawyer who values your future on your case is one of the most effective ways to set yourself up for receiving the outcome you desire and deserve. Your attorney will look over every detail of your matter and come up with a creative strategy that is designed to demonstrate your innocence or puts you on track to receiving the best available outcome. And that's from the attorney. That's what that's his advice. That's his advice. Now, when it comes to understanding federal coercion and enticement charges, the terminology that flies back and forth during federal criminal cases can be confusing, which is true. We all know that, right? And may have you feeling lost and overwhelmed. It sure does for a lot of us trying to understand the law and what exactly is going on with R. Kelly. Then it says that getting a better understanding of key phrases will assist you in decoding the events in your matter and make it easier to make important decisions. So when you have a seasoned federal attorney working for you, you don't have to be concerned about getting lost in a sea of legal jargon. The right lawyer should be committed to standing alongside you and empowering you to make informed choices. Indeed, the choices you have to make in this matter can have a lifelong impact. Now, coercion and enticement charges entail the persuading, inducing, enticing, or coercing of an individual to engage in prostitution or another criminal sexual action. Now, this offense is punishable by a massive fine as much as 10 years behind bars, or both. And if the crime you are being accused of involves the coercion or enticement of a child under the age of 18, punishments can include an even bigger fine and as much as 15 years of incarceration or both. Now, hiring an attorney for coercion and enticement charges. Deciding who you are going to have to represent you in and out of court is one of the most important choices you will have to make in your case. Now, your attorney will have a profound impact on the result of your case. Because of this, you should commit ample time to picking out the right man or woman for the job. So, Ms. Bonjean is hopefully the right woman for the job now, right? Then it says you need to begin your search as soon as possible, even if you only suspect that you're under investigation. Your attorney will respond to any questions you may have and navigate you through every stage of the process to make sure that you don't inadvertently, wrongfully incriminate yourself under pressure from federal investigators. So the right attorney will inform you of your rights and do everything necessary to uphold them in any circumstances. So, in other words, that coercion and enticement charges are heavy charges. These are serious charges. It's nothing to play with, right? And you really need a good lawyer to help you get out of that. You really need a good lawyer to help you get out of that. Um okay. The next thing was sexual exploitation. Okay. Sexual exploitation and abuse. So in Bonjean's motion, uh, it talks about getting rid of the charges. Let me go to the motion. Hold on real quick. Okay. Okay, so we went over coercion and enticement. Okay. Now we're going to go over sexual exploitation. So in R. Kelly's charges, let me see, because if this is okay, yeah, it starts from here. Okay. So we know that R. Kelly's charges, right? They considered racketeering acts, right? Right? Now the racketeering acts were, one of them was bribery. Okay. The other one is sexual exploitation of a child. Then it is the Mann Act violation and forced labor. And transportation. Okay. So, okay. Those are the actual charges. The racketeering acts, okay? The predicate acts that fall under racketeering that R. Kelly has allegedly violated, that he was convicted of, right, is the Mann Act, forced labor, sexual exploitation, transportation, and bribery. These are the predicate acts under racketeering: bribery, sexual exploitation, Mann Act, forced labor, and transportation. Five predicate acts under the racketeering, the RICO law, the racketeering statutes, the racketeering law. And these are the 5 predicate acts that fall under racketeering. And we only had to prove 2. Right? So I'm just clearing that up. I'm just trying to make sure I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Right? Okay. Okay, so now that we got that out the way, that's why I'm trying to explain what these things are. All right? Because I notice people are still confused. It's crazy. Excuse me. Okay. So, sexual exploitation and abuse, also known as CSEA, it's abbreviated SEA, also known as C, sexual exploitation and abuse. Okay, represents a fundamental failure of protection. It brings harm to those we are mandated to protect, and it jeopardizes the reputation of our organization, who is committed, that's another organization, is committed to protecting vulnerable populations in the countries we serve from C, which is sexual exploitation and abuse, at the hands of WHO staff and collaborators. WHO is the World Health Organization. Okay? So when I say WHO, that's WHO, it's the World Health Organization. Okay? Um, okay, so what is sexual exploitation and abuse? Sexual exploitation actually, it says sexual exploitation is actual or attempted abuse of a position of vulnerability, power, or trust for sexual purposes, including but not limited to profiting monetarily, socially, or politically from the sexual exploitation of another. So, sexual exploitation is attempted or actual abuse of a person of a position of vulnerability. Someone who's vulnerable. Now, when you're going to go and you're going to exploit someone who's in a position of vulnerability, you wound up having the power over them and they have the trust in you and you're using them for sexual purposes, including but not limited to profiting for money or socially or politically from the sexual exploitation of another. Sexual abuse is actual or threatened physical intrusion of a sexual nature, whether by force or under unequal or coercive conditions. Like when R. Kelly told Azriel, listen, I need to get off right now. And in order for me to get off, I need you to suck my dick. Um, and then you can do the audition. Okay? This is what you have to do in order to be in the industry. Do as you're told. Suck my dick, and we will move forward. Okay? Okay. Coercion. Threatening her without threatening her. Forced labor. Coercion. Now, sexual exploitation and abuse also includes sexual relations with the child, and in any context defined as a human being that is below the age of 18 years old. Okay? No matter what, below the age of 18 years old. I don't care if she's 17 and she knows what she's doing. She's still a child. Period. Um okay, now, what is the difference between sexual exploitation um, and sexual harassment. So, sexual exploitation and abuse occurs when a position of power is used for sexual purposes against a beneficiary or vulnerable member of the community, like the girls in R. Kelly. He has power and they are part of the community. He overrode them with power. Sexual harassment occurs when differences in power between staff members are abused verbally through verbally through touch or use of inappropriate images, etc. So we all know what sexual harassment is. It happens in the workplace a lot. That's how a lot of this Me Too stuff came out, right? Okay. Now, sexual exploitation and abuse constitutes acts of serious misconduct and are therefore grounds for disciplinary action, including a summary dismissal and criminal proceedings. So you're either going to get fired from your job or we going to court and you're going to jail. One of those two things are happening, either the workforce or outside in the community. Now, when they talk about exchange of money, employment, goods, assistance, or service for sex, including sexual favors or other forms of humiliating or degrading exploitative behavior is prohibited. So, like, go take a shit in a cup, okay? And then rub it on your face. Make sure you get in your mouth, okay? You know what? I didn't like that shit. You have to prove your loyalty to me. And I don't like how you were doing it. You're being fake right now. You gotta like eating that shit. That's what you gotta do if you want to stay here with me. You love me, you'll do it. Okay? Sexual exploitation and abuse. That's abuse. And if she got money out of it later on, and then later on wound up having sex, she assisted or serviced him for sex, or she even did a sexual favor, and that is prohibited by law. You should not be doing that, especially without the person's consent. If I am not in a S and M relationship, a sadomasochistic relationship, if I'm not about BDSM and I'm not in that world, that's abuse. If I don't have a partner who's into that stuff, if me and him do not agree on that, or he doesn't ask if I want to do that, that's abuse. That's humiliating and degrading behavior. And sexual activity with children, persons under the age of 18 is prohibited, regardless of the local age of consent or majority. Mistaken belief in the age of a child is not a defense. Just letting you know. Okay? It's said right here. Right here. Sexual activity. Sexual activity with children. Oh, okay. I didn't realize I was able to do that. Yeah, all right. Now, sexual activity with children, persons under the age of 18, is prohibited, regardless of the local age of consent or majority. Mistaken belief in the age of a child is not a defense. Do you hear me? Do y'all hear me out there for the slow people in the back? Way in the back over there? Way in the back? For y'all in the back? Can y'all see that? Let me know y'all can see that. Oh, yes, y'all can see that. Hello, Henny Hen. How are you? Blessings and peace to you too, Mama Love. So, sexual activity with children, persons under the age of 18, is prohibited regardless of the local age of consent or majority. I'm going to repeat it again. I'm going to say that. I'm saying it for the last time. Mistaken belief in the age of a child is not a defense. Okay? So let's just understand that. Okay. Um what was the other thing? I didn't get to highlight all the stuff, so my bad. I'm just going to skim through it. Um okay. Okay. Now, here we have acts of sexual exploitation and abuse included. So, the acts of sexual exploitation and abuse include sexual assault, demanding sex in any context, or making sex a condition for assistance. Okay, this is what R. Kelly does. Forcing sex or someone to have sex with anyone. Mm-hmm. 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 Forcing a person to engage in prostitution or pornography. R. Kelly does that. Check. Is somebody writing these things down? I hope y'all writing this shit down. Word up. Please take notes. I'm dead ass. I'm really serious. Take notes. I need people to understand R. Kelly's charges. I need people to understand it because none of y'all understand the charges. Nobody. Y'all just all over the place. I'm not a lawyer. I'm definitely not a lawyer. I don't even have a high school diploma, which I'm on my way to get it, by the way, guys. Congratulations to me. I'm very proud of myself. After all these years, I'm deciding to go back again for like the fourth time. This time, hopefully, there will be no stopping me. The other thing that's included is unwanted touching of a sexual nature, refusing to use safe sex practices. Well, what do you know? That's abuse. What do you know? R. Kelly doesn't allegedly, according to the girls, the transcripts, and everybody else that's done came forward, has done said that R. Kelly does not like to use condoms. He doesn't even like to wear underwears. I mean, come on now. So, Refusing to use safe sex practices. No, that's part of abuse. Um, and then it says this is not an exhaustive list. Other types of sexually exploitive or sexually abusive behavior may be grounds for administrative action, disciplinary measures, and criminal proceedings. And we all know, you know, that R. Kelly is right now in jail. So there were court proceedings that proved that he was guilty on sexual exploitation of minors. Okay? And that's exactly what he was guilty of. Those things right there that included that list. He definitely did all those things on the list. Seriously. Okay. Now, um all right. Now, a little note for the survivors. Oops, wait. Let me do that again. Here's a little note for the survivors. For survivors, if you are supporting a victim of sexual exploitation and abuse, you can make a confidential report. Medical and psycho psychosocial support is available for all those affected by sexual exploitation and abuse. The social the social forces that tend to marginalize persons with disabilities exasperate the likelihood and the impact of sexual exploitation and abuse. People with disabilities can be more vulnerable to sexual exploitation and often face increased barriers when it comes to reporting or getting the support they need. Staff are encouraged to be particularly alert to suspected cases of sexual exploitation and and abuse within vulnerable populations. All right. This is what we need to happen from now on. This is what needs to happen from now on. Say something. Silence is no excuse. Victims of abuse, we need to stop being silent and giving excuses for these perpetrators who hurt us, who hurt you. We need to stop. We need to stop protecting our aunts, our uncles, our cousins, the family friend on the block, your teachers, your neighborhood Spider Man. Let's stop. We need to stop. And for those who see something, say something. Silence is no excuse. For those people who see the abuse, who know about the abuse, say something. It's time for people to stop being silent. It's 2021. Me Too started in 2017. And Me Too will continue. Hashtag Me Too. Hashtag why I did not report. Hashtag silence is no excuse. Hashtag say something. Hashtag time's up. Period. For those survivors who have been in silence for so long, it's time to stand up and come out. It doesn't matter how many years ago it was. Tell somebody it happened. Whether you prosecute the person or not, that's up to you. But stop being silent and say something and warn the people of who these people are in our neighborhoods so that there will be no more victims. If we at least make the neighborhoods aware of these people, maybe it'll stop. Maybe if you tell your kids and speak to them, tell your children about this stuff, make them aware of these things. Good touch, bad touch. Who you should trust, who you shouldn't trust. What is gaslighting? What is coercion? What is enticement? Let them know in a way that they can understand. I think that at the age of 5, you should start talking to your children about that. And if it's already happened to them, may they come out and say something. Being that you're sitting there and you're talking to them and they feel like they can trust you to open up to say something and say, Mommy, this happened to me. It's been happening to me. I didn't know that was wrong. He said he would hurt you or hurt me if I said something. And believe you me as a mother, yeah, we definitely going to court. You're going to jail. Or I'm fucking you up. Something's happening. Definitely something is happening. And my cousins are coming with me. Something's happening. Okay? Yeah, something's definitely happening. Excuse me, guys. I gotta get some water, guys. I just was like, I'm taking my quickie break. Give me a second. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Now, what to do when you become aware of possible sexual exploitation and abuse. Now, anyone having concerns or suspicions about a possible case of sexual exploitation and abuse by a World Health Organization, United Nations, or NGO staff member, regardless of their position, has a duty to report to the ethics team in the Office of Compliance, Risk Management, and Ethics. So, if this happens within the health organization, this is where you have to report to. So they're letting you know if there's sexual harassment or any type of sexless sexual exploitation in the workplace in this area. This is who you guys can report to. Now, okay, all right. Now that is that. Okay. All right. Now I can officially close this. Okay. Okay. Trying to figure it out. All right. Now. Where is Bonjean stuff? Let me get out Bonjean stuff. Let's see if I can open up the window. Let's see. I think it's window, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right, guys. Now, in order for us to really understand R. Kelly's case, right? We must understand what he's being charged with, the statutes of law, exactly what he's being charged with. Now, this here is the motion that Bonjean put in for the acquittal. Now, in her table of contents, she labels all these statutes. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Truth Strong, for using those emojis. Hey, Karen J. What's up, Aisha? Hello, ladies who just walked into the building. James. I have a problem, James. What's up, my brother? Okay. I just saw this comment. All right. I'm going to answer your question, honey. I'm going to answer your question. Okay. I'm going to answer your question. Why? Because if you remember correctly, okay, if you guys remember, damn it, R. Kelly had an issue with underage children, right? He had a whole acquittal, right, for child pornography, right? It was for sex, it was for videotaping sex with an underage girl, right? A minor. Allegedly, she was 14. Allegedly, right? He got acquitted for it, right? Okay. Now, the girl, Geronda Pace, was 16. right? Azriel was 17. They both lied. They're the only two that lied about their age. They're the only two. So let's 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 just kill that because it's only two girls anyway. All the other girls never did that. They all told him how old they were. Okay. So he knew their ages. Now, with these two young ladies, yes, they lied about their age. And I'm going to explain to you, maybe I could think of why they might have lied about their age. Geronda Pace, 16, goes to the trial. The trial was only 2 weeks long, right? If I'm not mistaken, it was two, yeah, it was like 15 days long, something like that. It was like 2 to 3 weeks long. Okay, so she skipped school for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, not every day because they didn't go to court every day either. So she didn't skip school every day. That's number one. Number two, the trial was only a couple of weeks. It wasn't months. Okay. Let's debunk all that bullshit that's going on in the street. Because I hear people saying that she skipped school for 6 months and the trial was not 6 months long. The trial was only 2.5 weeks or something like that. And the trial wasn't every single day. They skipped like 2 or 3 days in between. So there were days that they had trials hearings and then there was days that they didn't have hearings. So she only went for a couple of weeks. She skipped school for a couple of weeks, but it was only a couple of days here and there. It wasn't every day. Okay. All right. So let's just debunk that and clear that up. Reason why she lied to him is because she went to his trial. She knows that he just got in trouble for being with a minor. Right? Right. She did say that she was a super fan. She loved him so. She was very excited to meet him. She always wanted to meet him. Right? So she got her opportunity to meet him. Now, she knows that according to the courts, allegedly, he likes minors. But he just got in trouble for one. So, what do you think she's going to do? She's going to lie. She's going to say, well, I'm 19, I'm 18 or 19, whatever the hell it was. 19, she said. I'm 19. Oh, okay. And then right before he goes to lick his booty, her booty or whatever he went to go lick, she said, but wait, hold up. I'm not really 19, I'm 18. I'm not really 19, I'm 16. And he says, well, it's okay. Don't worry about it, boo. Just act like you're 21. Okay. She thought about it for that moment and said, hold on, wait. I know that I lied to him and I showed him my ID and it says that I'm 19, but I'm really not 19. Oh my God. And he wants to have sex with me. I don't want him to be in trouble. But I know he knows that he thinks that I'm 19. Should I tell him anyway? Well, you know what? I'm going to be honest anyway, because if he does like little girls, then he likes little girls, then he's going to like me, right? And I like R. Kelly and I want to be with R. Kelly. So let me just be honest with him. All right, listen, R. Kelly, before you go look at my pussy, let me just tell you something, okay? Don't be mad at me. I'm not really 19, I'm 16. Oh, baby. That's okay, honey. It's okay, baby. Come over here. Come over here. Come over here. It's okay, mamita. Sit down, baby. I'm gonna lick your booty anyway, just because you know I like little girls. Yes, I do. Truly. I love your body. It's sexy. I love it. How you just look like you just started growing your titties and you barely have hair on your pussy. I love it. I love this look. Your frame is very small. It's okay. It doesn't matter. It's okay. I like you. And she says, oh my goodness gracious, yes. My dream has come true. What the fuck you think? She's 16 years old. And he's in his 40s or in his late 30s. He's 2 times older than her. He should have been the one to say, well, you know what, honey? I just got off of jail like 6 months ago. I just got off of charges like 6 months ago or 8 months ago, whatever it was. Because I think it was like 8, 9 months afterwards that she met up with him after his trial. So I just got off of the bullshit. But you know what? I beat my case. I beat my case, so I could do it. I could be with whatever little girl I want to be because I believe I could fly. And I got all my yes men by my side. And I will continue to do as I do because I am the king of R&B. And everybody around me does as I say. They do as they are told. And money helps my problems go away. Look at that. It's a miracle. So, JP, you can stay right there. Open up your legs. Let me go in. I'm going in. I don't care. You could be 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It's okay. As long as you like it, I like it. If I like it, I know you going to like it. Okay? All right. Charming persona, Azriel's parents thought of the lie. It wasn't Azriel who lied. It was the parents who made her to lie about her age because they know R. Kelly had a problem. And they didn't want him to be in trouble. And they probably figured, well, I don't think, he did like little girls, right? Allegedly, but then he was acquitted. But you got to say you're 18 because even though he likes them young, whatever, just tell him you're 18 anyway. At the end of the year, you're going to be 18 anyway. But let him know that you're 18. Lie to him. It wasn't Azriel who said, I'm going to tell him the lie. It was the mother. I'm answering Henny Hen's questions. If you're still in the chat, I hope you're hearing me. Let's be real here. Let's be real here. You want to be real? You want the real answer? I'm going to tell you the real logical answer. Think about it. Azriel didn't have this plot. It was their parents who pushed her. It was her parents. It wasn't Azriel. The parents already knew that R. Kelly had trouble with youngins. So, of course, they're going to tell Azriel to lie. That's just fucking logical facts. That's logic. I don't understand why people can't see that. I don't understand why people don't get that. I'm confused. Like, people who have brains would understand that. And now that we know that the parents were more involved than they say they were, we over here on OCOV see it. We see the logic. We see what happened. We were lied to, man. We were fooled. We got sucked up the same way you guys are being sucked up by R. Kelly. We were sucked up by Angelo. It happens. You fall hard for somebody and then later on, you see their true colors or you see the real truth. The truth starts coming out. That's like when we found out that R. Kelly was sleeping with little boys. We all had assumptions and thought maybe they were boys. But then what happens? All of a sudden, boom, 2 boys in your face. What the hell? And that was the truth. Now we all know R. Kelly's bisexual. For sure. We know he likes little girls. We know he likes little boys for sure. Now we know for sure. It's not allegedly. He does. He was convicted. There was a whole trial. There were testimonies. People did speak. He did take a plea to tell his truth. Instead of him getting 15 years in prison, he got 8. And we're talking about John Doe number 1. That's why he said, fuck it, I'll just confess. Yes, me and R. Kelly, yes, we did. Yes, that's why I blew up Azriel. That's why I tried to bribe Azriel, because I was trying to hide my story. I want to protect my story. That's why R. Kelly didn't know what was going on. He was just going to try to get money from R. Kelly to give it to her. He was trying to extort R. Kelly and bribe her. That's what happened. R. Kelly didn't give up that money because he ain't have that money. But he begged Azriel, please don't come forward with, don't give the feds none of that stuff. And she gave up the storage. She said, fuck you. And said, here to the feds, and gave them the keys. And all that stuff was in there. He kept recordings from 2007, 2002. He had all types of things in there. So there's your answer, honey hen. Okay. Hey, Jacqueline. What's up, mama? I'm going through the chat now, guys. Just looking through. I'm just skimming. Good night, Take. Hey, T-Bam. What's up, chula? You know what, Indigo? Even if R. Kelly looked at Azriel's ID, he still wouldn't be able to figure out how old she was because he don't know how to do math. He still wouldn't be able to figure it out. It wouldn't even matter. Hey, Mom. Hey, Karen A. What's up, baby? Kyle's Tears. What's up, Mama? Sure, baby. You came back on your other channel. What's up, Daddy's girl? She was in here earlier as Shaw, baby, and now she's Daddy's girl. That's why I had to give her a wrench on her both her names. Because the last time she came in, I was like, wait a minute. I know she had a wrench. I know Shaw had a wrench. Wait a minute. But she's a different name now. Okay, so she got a new account. Let me. So, can you understand what I was saying, Henny Hen? Can you understand why I say what I say? Damn, y'all, I'm getting hungry. Can you get it now? Can you kind of try to picture the scenario? Can you maybe get it? Give me 1 second. Okay. I'm going to try to do this as fast as I can with you guys. I don't want to be on too long either. I just realized because I got to get up early, 2 in the morning. I got to go to the hospital tomorrow, guys, in the morning. Like I said, got to take care of this tooth. So, okay. So, as we see here, the statutes that are the laws um, for the United States for the Title 18, which is for criminal law. Okay. And there's different sections in these United States codes, okay, for the Title 18, which is falls under criminal 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 activities. Okay. Let's put it like that. So here there is 18 United States Code sections 1961 part 4, right? So I went to go look that up, and where are we? Okay. Now, in this particular code for the United States, the law, right? It states that this is for the enterprise. Okay. So this is the code and the statute for the enterprise law. Okay. And what is an enterprise? Now it says that the enterprise, okay, includes any individual. Let me all right, hold up. Cause y'all be bugging on that. So let me stop sharing this. Um yeah, Microsoft tab, right. Okay. Okay. Okay, now I don't know if you guys can see my screen. Okay. Now I don't know if y'all can see that clear or not. Let me see. Ugh. Um okay. Well, here it says all right, I can't highlight it. But okay. Because it's an article, so I'm trying to figure out how I can highlight it better thing. Let me see how I can. More tools. Let's see. All right. Whatever. Okay. It says here that the enterprise includes any individual. 1L plural. Okay. Includes enterprise. Includes any individual, partnership, corporation, association, or other legal entity, and any union or group of individuals associated in fact, although not a legal entity. So I think that Miss Bonjean's argument, okay, according to not proving enterprise, okay, just my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. You see how it says here other legal entity and any union or group of individuals associated in fact, although not a legal entity. So I don't know where she's trying to go with this. That's saying that they didn't prove enterprise when all his employees spoke out. They had testimonies from employees that spoke out on what their duties were in direction of R. Kelly or on behalf of R. Kelly. So I really don't understand why she's trying to say that they didn't prove the enterprise when they had testimonies of people saying that they had to book flights, they had to book hotels, they had to drive the girls here and there, they had to go and get their food, and they had to um, book entertainment stuff and things of this nature to help the RSK Enterprise. Remember the octopus guys? Right. For the RSK Enterprise to work. I mean, how can R. Kelly do all these things by himself? He can't. It's impossible. He has to have people working for him. He has to have a corporation, an association, some type of partnership. He's the individual in charge who's in partnership with Daryl McDavid, who owns a corporation also known as RSK Enterprise. And he has associates that we know are what? His employees and his entourage, which is the group of individuals that are associated with him. So I don't understand where she's going with that. Good luck with that. I don't know how she gonna not prove that. So I don't know. Right. Okay. Next one. Now the next one that comes out is the United States Code 1961 5, because that was 1961 part 4. Now this is part 5, which also has to deal with the enterprise, right? And the RICO law. So let's see what that one is, right? Wait. Where is it? Oh, wait. Excuse me, guys. Wait, what was this one? Mm. Oh no, I think I closed the wrong one. Wait, hold on. Oh, here it is right here. This is all right, it's the Rico one. Okay. Um let's get this one going. Let's see if y'all can see this. Oof. Wait, let me- Okay. All right. Now this is from the United States Courts for the Ninth Circuit. Okay, and explains here 18 USC 1961 5. Right? Now this is supposed to highlight it. I don't know why it's not. Okay. I don't know. Okay. I don't know why it's not working for me, but okay. Whatever. So this is the next thing that she's speaking about, right? In the acquittal that she wants to get rid of, right? This charge. Okay. Under this title, which is the RICO statute for pattern of racketeering activity. Now, in this part, she's saying that R. Kelly, the prosecution did not establish a pattern of racketeering activity. Okay. Now it says that in this, it says to establish a pattern of racketeering activity, the government must prove each of the following beyond a reasonable doubt. First, at least 2 acts of racketeering were committed within a period of 10 years of each other. Now, that within a period of 10 years of each other, that because with the bribery that happened with Aaliyah, that was in 1994, right? So 94 to 2004 is 10 years. So for the bribery, it's beyond 10 years, right? So that could be an issue, right? According to the bribery. As far as the other racketeering acts, like say Geronda Pace, hers was committed in 2009 or 10, right? So 2010 to 2020, that's 10 years. So she's okay. What happened with Faith and with Azriel, they're within time period. That other girl, Stephanie, I think was her name. She was Jane Doe number 2, if I'm not mistaken. Her name was Stephanie. Um, her charges were from I believe 1999. I think it was, or 2000. No, the other girl was 2003 or something like that, I think, right? But those other charges were more than 10 years ago. So, okay, I could get, maybe she's maybe going with the whole 10-year period limitation here, right? And then second, it says that the acts of racketeering were related to each other, meaning that there was a relationship between or among the acts of racketeering. Okay, the acts of they were related to each other. Okay, meaning that there was a relationship between or among the acts of racketeering. So there was a relationship with the whole bribery thing, R. Kelly, the whole conspiracy, right? Um, Third, it says the acts of racketeering amounted to or posed a threat of continued criminal activity. Okay. Which he did because from 1994 up until present date, his moving parts were going with him. Everything was still happening. Things were motioning. Threats were happening. People were, Rashawn Delanfair was still being paid for all those years. You know what I mean? Then it says, with respect to the second element, okay, acts of racketeering are related if they embraced the same or similar purposes, results, participants, victims, or methods of commission, or were otherwise interrelated by distinguishing characteristics, which they did that with the corroborating evidence by bringing in the bad acts. Then it says sporadically, widely separated, or isolated criminal acts do not form a pattern of racketeering activity. So, two racketeering acts are not necessarily enough to establish a pattern of racketeering activity. Hmm, interesting. So in determining whether two racketeering activities occurred within 10 years, any period of imprisonment after the commission of a prior act must be excluded. So they might just wind up dropping, let's see, they might wind up dropping the bribery charge. It's too old. Who knows? Let's see. Because Judge Donnelly did let it go in. I mean, obviously she knows the law, right? So maybe there's some types of loopholes that we don't understand. Okay. All right, so pattern of racketeering activity requires at least two predicate acts, one of which may have occurred while defendant was a minor if criminal conduct is wait. Bleh. One of which may have occurred while defendant was minor if criminal conduct in issue continued past age of majority. Although at least two acts are necessary under the definition of pattern of racketeering activity, two acts may not be sufficient to constitute a pattern. And then it says pattern of racketeering activity requires a showing that the racketeering predicates are related and that they amount to or pose a threat of continued criminal activity. Then it says pattern of racketeering activity extends to attempts and conspiracies even if no racketeering offense is completed. So that case in Chicago too, like, has a lot to do with this too, like as far as the RICO and stuff like that, because he also has co-defendants, but in another state. So let's close that. Okay. Okay, so wait, I'm trying to get my stuff together, guys. Hold on. Um where is okay, I gotta share my other screen. Okay. I gotta share the window. Okay. Now, the next one is the USC 1962A. Okay. Now, let's see what that is. Okay, so this is a here. Okay, so this one is the crimes and procedures for the racketeer influenced and corrupt organization, right? Unfortunately, I can't make this one any bigger than what it is, guys. I'm sorry about that. But it says that, and it's particularly for letter A. Let me get some water. Espérate. A lot of talking, a lot of reading. That shit gets your mouth dry too. Shit. So in the 1962 United States Code 18, section 1962, part A, it talks about prohibited activities. In part A, it says that it shall be unlawful for any person who has received any income derived directly or indirectly from a pattern of racketeering activity or through collection of an unlawful debt in which such person has participated as a principal within the meaning of Section 2, Title 18, United States Code, to use or invest directly or indirectly any part of such income or the proceeds of such income in acquisition of any interest in or the establishment or operation of any enterprise which is engaged in or the activities of which affect interstate or foreign commerce, a purchase of securities on the open market for purposes of purchaser, the members of his immediate family, and his or their accomplices in any pattern of racketeering activity or the collection of an unlawful debt after such purchase do not amount in the aggregate to 1% of the outstanding securities of any one class and do not confer, either in law or in fact, the power to elect one or more directors of the issuer. So, in other words, he had employees and he was paying employees to shut up. He had his employees to shut up. He paid them to shut up, whether it be with cigars, whether it be with drinks, whether it be with food, whether it be with going to hang out with him somewhere. He was always paying or doing something to make somebody happy so they could shut up. Yeah, no, that's what it is. Then, um, she also goes to 1962C. So I just finished reading what 1962A was about. So now we're going to go to 1962C. And 1962C has to deal with, it says, prohibited activities, and it shall be unlawful for any person employed by or associated with any enterprise engaged in or the activities of which affect interstate or foreign commerce to conduct or participate directly or indirectly in the conduct of such enterprises' affairs through a pattern of racketeering activity or collection of unlawful debt. Again, you people are getting paid to do the job. That's what it is. You are part of the activities. You are part of the activities. And when you go from state to state, you're getting paid to go state to state, right? And then you're helping R. Kelly recruit the girls. So that is a pattern of racketeering activities. Okay? You as a person as being his employee is getting paid. You're part of the activities of the enterprise. Okay? Whether it's a legal business or an illegal business. Okay, so let's get that out the way. All right. So I believe that the government did prove that stuff, right? We all seen it. We all heard in the transcripts. What y'all think? What y'all think? Right? So, okay. So the next one that she talks about, I'm not even gonna bring up that one. I'm just gonna. So the next one she talks about in the statutes is statute 2421A. Okay, 2421A. Okay, let me share the screen with y'all. Okay, so now 2421 is about transportation. So this statute has to deal with the criminal and the crime procedure for transportation. And it says that part A, right? So it says in general, okay, whoever knowingly transports any individual in interstate or foreign commerce or in any territory or possession of the United States with intent that such individual engage in prostitution or in any sexual activity for which any person can be charged with a criminal offense or attempts to do so shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years or both. So now, when she explains about transportation, yes, we all know R. Kelly goes on tours, right? Yes, he does go on tours. Yes, he does. The problem with him going on tours is that he's taking minors and other individuals with him on these tours. And when he's with these girls, these minors, he's using them for sex, right? Now, whether they're there for the sex or not, it's illegal. And why is it illegal? Because because he's driving from state to state with minors. So when he does these things, he's having illegal sex with minors. I don't care if they wanted it or not. He's still there with minors, and that's illegal. It didn't matter how many tours he went on. He was going on them with minors for illegal sexual activity. It's illegal activity because they're minors. Let's understand that. Let's focus on that because they're minors. It's illegal because they're minors, whether they wanted it or not. He apparently wanted it. They wanted it. They were there. Yes, they were. But it was illegal. It didn't matter. It was against the law. And we're talking about the law. We're not talking about who wanted who. We're talking about the law. And the law says he cannot be traveling with these girls for sex because they are not of legal age of consent. I don't care what state you were traveling from with them. You were traveling with them. The purpose of transportation, travel, transport. It didn't matter if he picked her up in Florida and she was supposed to be 18, yet she's 17, and you're traveling with her at the age of 17 to go with her to a state where the legal age of consent is 16. You're still traveling with her. And while she's on the bus, you're having sex with her, traveling across state lines, having sex on the tour bus. Do you get it now? Do you guys understand the charge now? Do you understand what the whole thing of transportation is about? Huh? Okay, good. I'm glad we got that out the way. What's the other one? Let me see if I have to. Um. Okay. Okay. Is this the other one? Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Now the next one that she decides to talk about the statutes in her acquittal motion is 2422B. Okay. Now, 2423B has to do with transportation for illegal sexual activity, okay, which is this section has to do with transportation of minors, okay? Now it says Part A. So we're going to talk about Part A because that's what's in there. So Part A talks about transportation with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity. A person who knowingly transports an individual who has not attained the age of 18 years in interstate or foreign commerce, or in any commonwealth, territory, or possession of the United States, with intent that the individual engage in prostitution or in any sexual activity for which any person can be charged with the criminal offense, shall be fined under this title and imprisoned not less than 10 years or for life. So, again, transportation with a minor. He can get 10 years for these charges. Okay, I'm going to, sorry, sharing the screen. I'm going to go back to the other one. Let's see what's next on the list. Next on Bonjean's hit list is to talk about she wants to have acquitted the charge of the United States Code charge for 2425. So let's open up that. Let's see what 2425 pertains to. Let me see. Okay, yeah. 2425. Here we go. Okay. Now, this one, the United States Code 2425, talks about use of interstate facilities to transmit information about a minor. So this is the charge, I believe, that has to do with Geronda Pace. Okay. Remember how we were all like, "Oh my God, why are they talking about transportation of a minor with Geronda Pace, and what is that about?" Like what was that, and why was it because of the phone stuff or whatever, right? It had to do with pictures, right? If I'm not mistaken, somebody put it in the chat. Let me know if it had to do with pictures that were being taken of Geronda that were being transported, or phone calls, something like that, right? Now, let's see. So, the criminal procedure for 2425 talks about the use of interstate facilities to transmit information about a minor. So, it says that whoever using the mail or any facility or means of interstate or foreign commerce or within the special maritime and territorial jurisdiction of the United States knowingly initiates the transmission of the name, address, telephone number, social security number, or electronic mail address of another individual, knowing that such other individual has not attained the age of 16 years old. Holy cow, I never knew that. Wow. So just transmitting information about her, her name, her address, her telephone number. So remember something with the birth certificates, pictures, her IDs, her cell phone. I believe that's what they were talking about. I'm trying to remember, guys. It was so much stuff. Hey, His Lordship. What's up, puppy? Hey, spiritual gangster. What's up, lady? Okay. So with the intent, okay, let me go back with that. All right. So, or electronic mail address of another individual, knowing that such other individual has not attained the age of 16 years, within the intent to entice, encourage, offer, or solicit any person to engage in any sexual activity for which any person can be charged with criminal offense or attempts to do so shall be fined under this title, imprisoned not more than 5 years or both. So for that charge, he could get only 5 years for that charge alone. But here, what's the crazy part is that Geronda Pace, because it says knowing that such other individual has not attained the age of 16 years when she was 16 years old. So that, if they throw that out, big deal, whoopee, whatever, throw that shit out. Who cares? Who cares? Throw that shit out. Who cares? If that part with the phone and all that, oh, who cares? That's the least of the worries. Psh, that ain't nothing. That's the least of the worries. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm sorry, you guys, but I'm hungry. I gotta eat. Everybody ate except for me. I gotta eat. So, so, um, in the meantime, I'm gonna continue with the rest of the stuff. But in the meantime, I'm gonna show you guys a video. Okay. Um. Okay, we can stop sharing this because we're done with that. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna continue with the rest of the codes, but in the meantime, what I would like to do is while I'm eating, I want us to watch a video. Okay. What was the video again? Wait, where the heck did I put it? I gotta find the video, guys. Okay. Now, what I'm gonna do is here. Is this okay? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna play little videos in the background while I'm eating of Tricky Nikki. Okay. I'm gonna show you guys videos of Tricky Nikki. Let me make sure the volume is up. Okay. Mhm. Now I have to take this out though. Wait a minute.
This is attention she would never ask for.
Trujillo.
Joining us tonight, I'm Shannon Ogden.
I'm Ann Trujillo. A Castle Rock woman was one of the first to testify during Bill Cosby's rape retrial in 2018. Heidi Thomas says Cosby preyed on her dreams of a Hollywood career, drugged and assaulted her. She was just 24 years old.
Well, she says she forgives him, but she does not forgive those who enabled his behavior. And as Denver 7 CB Cotton reports tonight, she feels the Pennsylvania Supreme Court has done just that.
It's going to start all over again. Oh, you just want the attention.
But Heidi Thomas says this is attention she would never ask for. Nonetheless, here we are.
I have like this snapshot that's very graphic.
A mental snapshot that she's kept since 1984, the year she says Bill Cosby turned her dreams into turmoil. An aspiring actress, she says her agent sent her to meet with Cosby for coaching. And that meeting, Thomas says, it turned into a 4-day encounter where she was drugged and raped by Cosby.
There are sexual assaults, as you know, and there are degrees, and mine was rape. And I did come out of it long enough to know what was happening.
Nearly 40 years later, she's left to question what's happening now. On Wednesday, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court overturned Bill Cosby's sex conviction. Thomas was one of 6 witnesses who testified against Cosby during his 2018 retrial.
We know he's guilty, but as far as I'm concerned, as of today, the justices that have made this decision have just enabled a criminal to go without a consequence, essentially. What message is that sending to other victims, to other perpetrators? I mean, this is one case, but the precedent they have just set is devastating.
And while Thomas has forgiven Cosby, she says there's certain people she can't.
I believe he is not mentally well. I'm not a doctor. I can't make a diagnosis. I just don't, he doesn't acknowledge or understand that what he did was wrong. So I let go of any anger, that kind of thing, years ago. I do hold anger for the enablers.
But she knows the decision in the court of law has been made. So here we are.
Now we're going to start making some noise because this is wrong.
CB Cotton, Denver 7.
And shortly after returning home, Cosby released a statement on Twitter, and it reads, quote, "I have never changed my stance nor my story. I have always maintained my innocence. Thank you to all my fans, supporters, and friends who stood by me through this ordeal. Special thanks to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court for upholding the rule of law." And here's what his attorney said this afternoon.
They say the time either does you or you do the time. Mr. Cosby was doing that time. The time was not doing him. He flourished in prison in the sense that he was a mentor and to other inmates. He kept a positive outlook. He stood by his principles, and he really was impressive.
According to the court's majority opinion, Cosby cannot be retried for the assaults. It could be appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, but prosecutors have not said if they would do so.
So how exactly did Cosby get released? Well, the Pennsylvania Appeals Court ruled that Cosby had been denied a fair trial. And this stems from a deposition he gave during a civil case in which Cosby was promised he wouldn't be prosecuted. Well, former DA George Brockler here at home explains this in layman's terms.
So he relied entirely on the representations of the original district attorney that I am not going to prosecute you, and I'm specifically not prosecuting you because I want you to lose that Fifth Amendment protection for being deposed in that civil case. And so he goes forward and he does the deposition. And then a new district attorney shows up and says, ha, changed my mind, psych. Now I'm going to prosecute you and I'm going to use the deposition against you. And the Supreme Court said, that's just a bridge too far.
Cosby was sentenced to 3 to 10 years in prison. He served 3 years.
In addition to suing the defendant officers who actually violated my client's constitutional rights by viciously beating him. We are also suing the city of Atlantic City because they have de facto practices and policies that encourage excessive force among their officers and do not hold their officers accountable. So we are trying to hold Atlantic City directly responsible for their officers' conduct because they knew this type of pattern of conduct was going on. They did nothing about it. In fact, in some ways, they encouraged it. Their excessive force complaints are almost never sustained. In fact, between 2007 through 2013, there were upwards of 600 internal affairs complaints made against officers at Atlantic City, specifically for excessive force. And of that, again, close to 600, a grand total of 2 were sustained. That's less than 0.5% and does not at all jive with what the national norms would be expected in a municipality of that size.
We're on top of the breaking news. We've learned from a senior law enforcement official familiar with the case that George Zimmerman will be charged in the shooting death of Trayvon Martin. Now, yesterday, Zimmerman's attorneys announced that they don't represent him anymore. It was a very bizarre press conference. A lot of questions coming in. HLN's social media producer, Anna Gonzalez, has been monitoring Twitter and Facebook and our own website, looking to see what questions you have that we can answer. And defense attorney Jennifer Bonjean is here to answer those questions. Thank you both, ladies. Anna, take it away. What are people saying?
Yeah, Rochelle, this story, we just posted it on hlntv.com, and I want to show you. This story has 3,000 shares right now on Facebook, and the comments just keep pouring in. And people are saying, thank the Lord. They're praising God, and they're saying it's about time. But we're also getting questions and comments on facebook.com/HLN and Twitter. So this comes from Twitter. So we want to know, how are they going to charge him if he's in hiding, Jennifer? I'm confused at how all this works. Would that make him a fugitive?
Well, once he's charged, he has an obligation, of course, to turn himself into law authorities. Whether or not he actually does that, of course, is a question we don't have the answer to quite yet. But once he refuses to turn himself in or evades an arrest, he will then be a fugitive of sorts. He has an obligation. They will issue an arrest warrant. He will be on notice of that arrest warrant, and the authorities will have the right to arrest him when they see him. And if he evades that arrest warrant, then yes, he is evading essentially the criminal charges that have been filed.
So, but basically, but calling it a fugitive at this point, as you're saying, Jennifer, we're just getting way, way ahead of ourselves.
Well, I wouldn't. No, of course, he hasn't actually been charged.
Right.
He is not a fugitive at this moment. But that being said, as soon as an arrest warrant is issued in this case, which it sounds like is going to happen in very short course, he will have an obligation to come forward. And we just don't know whether he's going to do that yet. We don't really have any reason to believe he is in hiding, or avoiding prosecution at this time. Correct.
Okay, Anna, what else do you have?
Well, Rochelle, I'm sure you're really active on social media, and you're probably seeing a lot of response too. And I wanted to read a comment that we got from Teresa Bird on Facebook. She says, finally, anyone that heard that 911 call could hear that boy crying out for help. I can't get it out of my head. That Zimmerman stalked that boy, attacked him, then shot him. End of story. Pray for the family's peace. So as you can see, there are a lot of different emotions that are coming from this case. On the other hand, some people are really happy about the fact that we're going to finally get to see some justice. So like Brandon says, let the courts decide. This isn't a popularity contest. Obviously, Trayvon did something that made people hold off arresting Zimmerman. Zimmerman should be arrested to determine the truth because he fired a weapon and killed someone when he wasn't in his own home. So as you can see, they're really excited to see what's going to happen next in this case. Jennifer, we also have another question. Letitia Davis wants to know, let's say Zimmerman really did shoot Trayvon in self-defense. Should he be charged with anything then?
Well, here's the problem. There wasn't an adequate investigation done at the beginning of this case. That seems to be clear. Witnesses weren't
spoken to, interviewed. 911 calls were not reviewed and scrutinized. I mean, basic rudimentary police procedure was not conducted. So we have a lapse, and that is often hard in prosecuting a case. It is for a jury of Mr. Zimmerman's peers to determine whether or not he can successfully avail himself of a self-defense. Of course, if he actually committed self-defense and that can be established to a jury of his peers, sure, that's a justification. But here's the problem: the facts, as we understand them, and they have unfolded in the media to a great degree, suggest that Zimmerman's tale or story is just really not holding up against the facts that have unfolded. A lot of people go into a police station and say, I didn't do it. And the police cannot say, well, you say you didn't do it, but they have to look at the totality of the circumstances and determine whether or not it passes muster. And they didn't do that in this case. They gave him the benefit of the doubt, and they didn't adequately investigate the case. Now, that has been completed. It looks like, notwithstanding the fact that he claims self-defense, we are going to have charges filed. And now he will have the opportunity to present a defense in a court of law before his peers. And then this is the truth-seeking process. This is what people have been waiting for. No one's saying string them up, but let's let the process work itself out so that the truth can come out through the court proceedings.
All right, Jennifer, Anna, thank you both very much,
you.
ladies. And again, less than 3 hours from now, 6 o'clock, we will be hearing from the special prosecutor in the case to hear what her decision is regarding George.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Sheen Magazine, Sheen Talk on YouTube. My name is Laura Miller, and I'm here with a freedom fighter, Jennifer Bonjean, Esquire, of the Bonjean Law Group. Thank you so much for joining me today, Jennifer. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. So first thing, you guys that are watching, there's some important topics that we're going to discuss today. And of course, we wanted to let you know that the views expressed during this conversation are that of myself and Jennifer Bonjean, Esquire, and do not directly reflect the magazine. However, by saying that, you guys know me, we're going to dig into whatever we feel compelled to do. So buckle up, everyone. Obviously, we also welcome comments in the comment section on YouTube. So if you have any questions for Ms. Bonjean, or you have any questions for this segment specifically, feel free to be as active as you can throughout this broadcast. Now, first things first, I have to talk about the power suit. Because if I think about scandal and I think about high-powered attorneys and I think about those type of things, one piece of attire that is extremely important is the business suit. So I need to know, and I think the listeners need to know, what type of suit makes you feel, what brand makes you feel at your most powerful when you enter these courtrooms?
Great question. I love a question like that. So I wear all types of suits, but I think recently I have been drawn to a brand called Veronica Beard, and I wear a lot of her suits.
I have, there's another brand, they have the worst name. It's called Suit Supply. But it's these young designers. I think they're from Amsterdam. I love their suits. And of course, I love an Armani suit and, some of the more high brow, suits. But honestly, I don't have a wardrobe full of those suits. I mean, but my shoes are a different matter. I love a Louboutin, a red bottom when I go into court, and I'm sort of kind of known for having those. I don't know. Once I put those on, I feel like, I can accomplish anything. And I tend to wear a more masculine suit. Like I am definitely not a short skirt type of gal when I go into court. I just don't want, we should be able to wear whatever the hell we want in court, but I don't want to be distracting, and we know people can get distracted by that. So, but I I wear a high heel in court, and that's sort of my power move when I go into court.
So you mentioned the Louboutins, but have you seen the Louboutin loafers?
I have.
They look so amazing. Honestly, I think that's the only thing in my bracket that I could afford at this juncture. So I'm like, okay, that's reasonable. $600 for those loafers. Also, they're patent leather and they're piped line. The stitching is amazing. So that's going to be my first Louboutin purchase for sure. I thank you so much for answering that question. I was like, no, Lord, nobody asked me these type of questions.
I don't always get them, but I love them.
Yeah. So you know what? You mentioned something very important when it came to the power suits with the skirts. Now, recently you've been trending quite a bit as it relates to the wonderful city that I call home, Chicago, related to a judge that just absolutely spoke out of turn on a hot mic recently.
I mean, really.
I feel like, and just to give you guys some information, the Bonjean Law Group focuses primarily on wrongful convictions, vacated sentences, and conviction overturns. Now, you might be familiar with Ms. Bonjean from her higher profile clients, but this woman has about 2 decades, if not more, experience in appellate trials and overturning convictions. So needless to say, you might know about the Bill Cosbys of the world or Kanye shouting you out in Drink Champs. But Jennifer has a really hard job as it relates to things that she covers. And to me, and to comment on, Jennifer in the bedroom in the courtroom sequence, the misogyny takes its toll, I imagine. So I'm just wondering for you, is that something that you've had to deal with before on a non-viral national publication scale?
So yes, not at that level though, right? And I have no doubt that he's not the first judge to talk crap about me behind closed doors. But I have dealt with, subtle sexism for pretty much my whole career. But you know how it goes. And it's the same for, I guess, I would say it's probably the same for people of color, that you hear something, you're like, that seems vaguely racist. But, you're not going to call someone out necessarily. You don't want to, make a big deal of it. You're just kind of like, maybe, it's all about intent, right? Like, how can I really know what the intent is? Because often people are very slick. They say things in a slick way, and you kind of experience it the way you believe they intended it, but they have plausible deniability. So if you actually called them out, they'd be like, they'd gaslight you and be like, no, I didn't mean it that way. You're crazy. So, that happens a lot. And I make a mental note of it. Sometimes I actually make a written note of it, like, this judge, said this, and I'm going to keep an eye. It raises your eyebrow. So that happens a lot. It's happened my whole career. This was a whole different thing. He's on a hot mic, literally pontificating about how horrible it would be to share a bed with me, as if, and I have a case pending before this man. It's a wrongful conviction case. His name is Roosevelt Miles. He's completed 30 years of a sentence for a crime he did not do. And here, this judge is more concerned about talking about, visualizing
I guess, some sexual experience with me. I don't know what other conclusion to draw from it. And yeah, it's icky. And it also just troubles me that my client has to, he wasn't going to recuse himself. He recused himself because he got caught.
Exactly.
But it's mind-boggling that that's what judges are thinking about when they're making some of the most important decisions that they face.
You know what? And what you said about the advances, a lot of times with sexism, racism, any of those intersectionality related subjects, there are so many unspoken nonverbal cues that occur there that oftentimes it can be challenging to identify or say or put pen to paper. This is what's happening. But I mean, in this particular case, it's wonderful because it's like, oh, look what you did for me.
Yeah, that inside voice came outside, right?
Yeah.
And not only that, he thought it was a point of conversation. I don't know if people understand this, if they've read about it, but he was literally sitting on the bench with his robe on. This wasn't in a bar somewhere. It wasn't even in his chambers. He's sitting on the bench with his robe on in an open courtroom that anybody can walk into on a hot mic, which he clearly didn't know he was on the hot mic, talking to courtroom personnel. So not only did he think this thing, which is bad enough, but he also let it come out of his mouth and thought it would be a point of conversation, which just makes you go, what is going on in Cook County?
So many things, as you know. It's an interesting place. But speaking of that, and like I said, the cases that you have are so unique. I want to ask you a question that I know it's not necessarily off the cuff, but I have to know. You could have been an amazing attorney in any section of the law. You could have been a corporate law attorney, and all of your day would have consisted of paperwork and safety, going home and just living a very easy and peaceful life. However, you've chosen to tackle issues that affect 1% of the prison population, over 20,000 people in the United States. You could wrongful convictions and exonerations. That is a very aggressive choice, and I imagine it's not always the safest choice. I'd just like to know how your passion compelled you to this particular sect of law.
It's a great question, and yes, I probably could have gone down many paths. Even if you wanted to be a litigator, I could have chosen different subject matters, right? But I just, I don't know, it was something that resonated with me long ago, the unfairness that I saw. I always tell this story to anyone who's interested, that when I clerked in the public defender's office when I was in law school down at 26th Street in Cook County, I went like my very first days there, and I was just blown away by what I saw. First of all, I saw just one Black man after the next come before the court. And it just shocked me in a way that the visual of it, of course, you hear statistics about people of color and how they're disproportionately affected by the criminal justice system, but the visual of it, and what even struck me more is how normal and routine everybody seemed to think it was. And I said to myself, I don't ever want to forget my first impressions of this place. I'm never going to get so jaded that I think, oh, this is normal. Yeah, this is just totally normal. Of course it's not normal. It's not normal. There's something bigger here. There's something more important that we should be discussing, why people of color are disproportionately impacted by the criminal justice system. There's so much we could go in any directions talking about that. But that unfairness to me, I know I was married to a trader, okay, a Wall Street type of guy. And I know that drug use is very prevalent in that community. And I don't see white people coming through for drug cases. So what is going on here? How we're over policing certain communities, letting other communities slide. Those are the types of things that were going through my brain as a young attorney, or on the heels of being an attorney. And I thought, I'm never going to forget this. And this overall systemic
racism in this system really struck me. And I just knew that that was where I wanted to put my energies and try to make a difference.
Love that. So speaking of wrongful convictions, I picked up a story regarding a Marion, Illinois man, David Ian Blue. And the first thing that I want to tell our viewers is Marion, Illinois is a very small town in the central to southern part of Illinois. The closest thing that has notoriety is Southern Illinois University. But the most jarring thing that I found out about Marion is the population percentage. It's the first time I've ever seen this, Jennifer. It is 94% white, but 0.4% African American.
Yeah.
Do you guys understand how small the population has to be in order for it not to even be a whole number in the percentage?
Yeah.
So, can you tell me briefly about David Ian Blue? And he's claiming innocence from being wrongfully convicted. So, can you tell me why specifically your team and the Blue family believes that they've been wrongfully convicted?
Yes, sure. So, David is a case that I took, I don't know, a few months ago, and I was just shocked by what I saw. David is an African-American man who lived in this community, married to a white woman. He may be the 0.4% as far as I know. It is a almost entirely white community. And he was and is a wonderful man, no criminal background, not a hint of anything improper in his life or his family's life. He comes from a long history of medical professionals. His brother's a doctor. He was a nurse, a specialized nurse. David was. He doesn't have other family directly in the area. I think they have family in Texas. He has this wonderful, beautiful family. He is a wonderful, beautiful person. And he's married to a woman. They together adopt some children who come from this traumatic early childhood that were DCFS wards. It's honestly just really inspiring person. And then he ends up going through a very ugly divorce with his wife. And out of nowhere comes an allegation of sexually abusing their adopted daughter, who was approximately 11 years old. This comes out of nowhere in about 2019. So he's living with this child for years, no hint of anything untoward happening, but coincidentally, when there is this ugly, nasty divorce, there's an allegation that comes forward. And it would seem that law enforcement was eager to confirm that allegation, which they ultimately really didn't do. And then he's charged, prosecuted, and in my view, wrongly convicted for it.
So one thing that you mentioned, so it kind of feels like a woman scorn situation. And of course, neither of us would be insensitive as it relates to the needs or trauma associated with the child. However, as you stated, there are things that kind of provide doubt. Can you explain to me, is there for a case like this, is it the same where it's beyond a reasonable doubt that person is convicted, or is it reasonable suspicion it's okay? Because I thought those were only civil cases.
Right. So, of course, in a criminal case, the burden of proof, which sits with the prosecution, is always proof beyond a reasonable doubt. But we do find in sex cases, any case involves a sexual allegation, particularly against a child. And in this particular era, the era of Me Too, we are seeing that kind of the presumption of innocence is going out the window. As soon as an allegation is made, it's believe women, without any vetting of the allegations, or in this case, believe a child. Although I am not convinced that the allegation came from the child ultimately. And I'll tell you why in a minute. And then, so it appears as if the burden of proof goes down in these cases. You don't need as much evidence to prove it. And then the presumption of innocence also kind of evaporates. So,
it's a real problem, particularly in cases involving allegations of sex crimes. And there is then a increased risk of a wrongful conviction, right? And that, I believe, is what occurred here. And I should point out that, yes, this is not about bashing any child or, but children, and this is a child who had developmental delays, early childhood trauma that had nothing to do with the blues, but had everything to do with her birth family. And then you also have, she had behavioral issues, a lot of issues that probably stem from childhood trauma. So you have a child who is already coming with a whole host of challenges. And one of those challenges could very well be, and I think the evidence showed, that she was highly suggestible. She was eager to please whoever's asking her questions. Even her mother admitted that she wasn't a concrete thinker, couldn't really put timestamps on things. So to me, this is like a recipe for disaster of how you could get a child to potentially buy into an allegation that, with time, unfortunately, memory can be corrupted. And you can even convince a child that something happened to them that never happened to them. There's incredible research along those lines.
Yeah, is the word, was it confabulation or cutting?
Yes.
I'm learning new words.
Yeah. No, that's exactly right. Where you take, things that actually happened that you remember, and then they get, so there were suggestions that there may have been other, again, allegations of abuse in the past. So if you're not a concrete thinker as a child and you can't put a timestamp on that thing, you could take an event that maybe happened in the past and confabulate it with what's happening now. And you just add some reinforcement from law enforcement and people that you look up to and people that you think you're supposed to please. And all of a sudden there's a narrative that is false. And it's lodged against someone who is innocent. And that makes her a victim as well.
For sure.
And I argued that recently. She's a victim, make no mistake about it. She's just not a victim of her father. And that is, it's tragic for so many people. So those are concerns that we have about this particular allegation.
So the justice system, I read some materials on this case specifically. There is no DNA evidence or anything that ties Mr. Blue to anything pertaining to this happening. So it seems like it's just, I hate to say it, a Emmett Till whistle that me type of situation. And the judgment was based on one person's account of the situation. Is that fair?
It's even worse than that.
Oh, yeah.
It's even worse than that, because the only evidence that came in at trial legitimately, meaning the judge did consider some things that she was not supposed to consider, or we don't even know entirely what she was looking at, but that's a whole nother matter. But the only evidence really that came in was the testimony of the child herself. And she admitted on cross-examination that she didn't really even remember it happening. I mean, she admitted when she was asked a very open-ended type of question out of kind of nowhere. This wasn't like she got bullied into admitting this. She says to the defense attorney at the time, when asked, "Do you even really remember that this happened?" And she said, "No." And the question was asked again. And she admitted that she didn't really even know that whether it happened. And then a minute later, when the prosecution got up and cross-examined her, she flipped back. So what I argued, and what I think is important here, is that you can't just decide which version you want to credit. Where she lands isn't really we can't really have faith that that's the truth. What we do know is that she can be suggested. She's a suggestible child who can be steered in either direction. And that should be reasonable doubt. If that's not reasonable doubt, I don't know what is.
Yeah, because I don't think that I can make heads or tails of it, even with my illustrious experience and background on Law and Order Special Victims. Right? Like, I don't think Olivia Benson would have been comfortable sending this to whichever ADA she had at the time, because she's had quite a few. I don't think that. And again, it's really something that I struggled with as far as receiving this information, because it feels multi-tiered. Is it a political conviction? Is it a systemic racism type of conviction? Is it morality based? Like, I'd want to know, and I'm sure that's not something that we could share with this audience, what type of person finds finality and comfort in presenting a conviction in this way, when just by watching Law and Order, I'm unsure.
So it's a great question. And as I said, it's kind of a perfect storm. I think it's all those things. I think we would be naive to think that implicit racial bias does not play a role in these cases. Can I point to something specific that the prosecutor did or that the judge did where I can say, oh, that person definitely is motivated by race? No, because people, as we talked earlier with my anecdotal experience, that's not how it works. People are not, in this day and age, if people are going to use overt racial, if we're going to see overt racial bias, it's probably going to be behind closed doors. So we're not going to see it in the courtroom. But this is what I would say. We know how race plays a role in the criminal justice system. That has been proven over and over again, statistically, anecdotally, qualitatively, quantitatively, on every level. It is a fact. We have a community where he does not have peers in the sense of people who are people of color, right? There's no, the judges and the jury pool there are not people who look like him. And they have not necessarily experienced what it's like to be a Black man. I can guarantee that, just statistically speaking. So for us to sit here and say that race didn't play a role, I would say I'm not confident saying that. I can't say that. I would say, and I'm sure they would all object and say that's ridiculous. Of course, race didn't play a role. I think implicit bias is something people don't even realize they have sometimes. So,
tribalism is a thing also, right? So, I mean, we're talking about the people of Marion, right? This is our small knit. This is our small knit, Mayberry-esque town. And here comes high profile Jennifer Bonjean.
Gosh, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. No,
How is that working out for you?
Well, it's funny. I will say this, that I want to make this point that actually a lot of people from the community, even white folks from that community, came out in support for David Blue. Shockingly, I was surprised by how many people testified at trial saying I'm talking about people that know him, neighbors, people that had direct contact with him, the people that would know the most about what he was like with his children actually came out in his favor. And there was incredible support at his sentencing hearing. So I do want to make clear that against all odds, he did have quite a bit of support from that community, not necessarily wider community, but people who actually knew him. Now, to your actual question of what it's like, I think the family was concerned initially, and why they hired a local person at first is that they didn't want to rub a potential jury pool or the judge the wrong way. But that didn't work out so well. And he was convicted ultimately. So I come in and, my style is an aggressive style. There's no two ways about it. But I just feel that we need to call out things when we see them. As I tell judges to their face sometimes, we're all an important part of this system. It's just not you up there in the black robe that's an important part of this system. I am an important part of this system. And if I see an injustice to my client, you're going to hear about it. And it's not meant as any disrespect to you. But if you did something wrong, I'm going to tell you. And that was one of the things that happened in David's case, is that the judge made some pretty catastrophic errors at trial. And his own attorney did not call them out, maybe out of fear, maybe out of not wanting to ruffle feathers. She has to live in that community. She has to practice in that court building. And
Sometimes you need an outsider to come in and say, this was a big mistake. You need to correct this big mistake. And again, no disrespect, but we can't have faith in a system if you're not going to correct your major error, which the record would reflect. She was considering documents and reports that weren't admitted into evidence. You can't do that.
I just don't know how that's even like, I just don't know how that's even a thing, to be honest with you.
No, I had to go back to 1961 to find a case where a judge had done that. It just is not something you do. Now, she suggested during the hearings that I was mistaken about that, but I went back, I looked at her findings, and you would have to ignore the ordinary and regular meaning of words. She says, I examined this and that. And I was like, wait a second.
She's like, what were you looking at?
What were you looking at? It wasn't admitted into evidence. I have the whole record here. It wasn't admitted into evidence. Why are you examining that? So
it looks like, as far as today's date, that particular judge who examined evidence that may or may not have been written down or even submitted to both the prosecution and the defense prior, denied the option to overturn the conviction. Is that correct?
That is correct. We did a motion for her to reconsider her finding, and she declined our request.
So I think about the id and the superego and those type of things in those situations. But again, like I said before, these are my views.
Yeah.
Jennifer didn't even say that. Okay. And so where are you guys right now as it relates to Williamson County? Where are we in the trial for right now?
So she did decline our motion to reconsider her finding of guilt, which is unfortunate. But we also have a motion for a new trial, which points out some of the errors that took place that denied David his constitutional rights.
Mm-hmm.
And these are not, a lot of people are like, oh, these are technicalities. I've heard so much about that with the Cosby case. I'm like, no, this is not a technicality. When constitutional errors happen during the course of a trial, we can't rely on the outcome of the trial. Because if the process isn't fair, the finding may not be fair. That's what people need to understand. It's not just like, oh, well, this jury definitely, or in this case, a judge definitely would have found him guilty even without these errors. No, these are major constitutional errors that impact the structure of the trial. And we have raised that in a motion to the court. It's very hard for judges to recognize when they have made a mistake. And they're often disinclined to recognize those mistakes. And as I've said, I stand by our motion. She can either correct the error and do the right thing, or I'm confident that the appellate court will. And I still have faith in the process. I have to, otherwise I would go kill myself. But sometimes it takes a while. And the sad part is my clients, suffer in the process, and that's usually in jail or in prison sometimes, and that's the most heart-wrenching part of this.
Yes, if in fact Mr. Blue is innocent, I think that the total amount of days he's been in prison, at least several months.
Yeah,
it's too long. Yeah. And a family member, I have a quote from a family member. He said, Dr. Michael Blue, African Americans are only 13% of the American population, but a majority of the innocent defenders were wrongfully convicted of crimes and later exonerated. Yeah. David Ian Blue's case is yet another example of our biased justice system that's disproportionately unjust to communities of color. And before we leave, I just wanted to read that because, again, we don't want it to be muddied in the water or anything to be misconstrued that we are talking about a case where we have no care for the well-being of any child or any person related to sexual assault. But Attorney Bonjean made a lot of valid points during this interview that suggested, the law is set up to be just and to be non-biased. And if we are disproportionately impacted by the unbiased issues in the justice system, that is a serious problem, right? It's not something that we can just bat our eyes on. And guilt, in essence, it should be proven properly, overwhelmingly. it should be done so. And one of the main reasons that I decided to interview Attorney Bonjean is because she's fighting for the civil rights of a group of marginalized people, be that African American, minorities, impoverished. We know that there is a social hierarchy, an economic and racial hierarchy in the United States. And I just want to commend her for doing this work, because I can imagine it not being very easy and it being manipulated and enticed by the work that you do. So I thank you so much for coming to talk to me today.
I appreciate it, and thank you for having me on. And I just want to say that I get a lot out of the work too. I mean, I love my clients, and they bring a lot to my life. So it's not just a one-way street.
I love that. So last thing, everybody knows this about me. There has to be a song. What is your Get Motivated song for the David Blue case specifically? How are you motivating yourself? What's the song?
That's a good question. We have a BLG playlist, and it's got a lot of stuff on it. I don't know that I have chosen a song for David's case specifically yet, but it reminded me that I have to. We have a lot of Rihanna on our playlist.
Yes.
I am a big fan of rap music.
So you have some Public Enemy on your playlist.
Yeah, I do, and I have 4 children. Some people don't know this about me, and all my kids love rap music, so I get to stay current. I'm a big fan of Chicago drill music. I mean, and that's some hardcore stuff. I love it. And I'm also from New York, so I listen to Pop Smoke. I like a lot of
wow. So you're doing better than me, because some of these guys I can't get with, but I did just recently do a feature story on Lil Durk's mom.
Mm-hmm. Really?
So, yeah, so you guys are welcome to buy that. That magazine is in stands right now. It's in January, February. So Lil Durk's mom's first feature ever.
Really? Well, I'm going to tune into that, because
I didn't mention that her favorite rapper is not Lil Durk.
That's funny. Listen, I'm a Ye fan also, despite, I mean, how can you not be?
Yeah, because he didn't he gave you a shout out in the same conversation. So it equals out. It's Kanye. That's how it works. It equals out because it leveled for you. That's how it works.
Yeah, we have a good rapport, actually.
Good. So when I recap, the song of this interview we're going to say is Fight the Power.
Okay.
By Public Enemy. I think written by Flavor Flav. Surprisingly, you guys need to look up on your Public Enemy notes, because Flavor Flav wrote a lot of the songs. And we'd like to thank Attorney Bonjean of the Bonjean Law Group for coming and sitting down with us today. Again, this is Laura Miller of Sheen Talk for Sheen Magazine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lauren. Take care.
No problem.
Hello? You guys hear me now? Sorry about that. I forgot I had disconnected my mic. So I'm like talking and I'm like, oh shit. Sorry about that. All right. So Bonjean is a rap fan, huh? She likes rap music. That means she's a fan of R. Kelly. She likes R. Kelly too. She a fan too. Bonjean likes to bump and grind. Oh shit. Now y'all hear me, okay? So you see how Bonjean was talking about some of her cases and how she deals with it and the kind of lawyer that she is, and that's crazy about that case that she was talking about with the father and the child who's was claiming sexual abuse and how the kid, has mental issues and stuff like that. So it's kind of hard to know if the child is speaking the truth or not. And there is no evidence of sexual assault, so that's hard, you know. Like she said, these cases when they're like that, and there's no evidence, it's hard. Um, but if they can go on appeal, she goes and she deals with the constitutional laws and the civil laws, and she tries to uh, go in and make sure that the courts made the right decisions in presenting, not presenting, but keeping up with the case and making sure that the case is going the way it should according to law. That the lawyers are doing what they're supposed to be doing legally. The witnesses are supposed to be doing the right thing. Everybody's up to par. The laws are in place. Nobody's mishandling anything. So it's a lot. It's a lot. And her job is to go in and find out what these mistakes are and then talk about them later and say, listen, X, Y, and Z went on in this trial, and I think we need to change XYZ or drop XYZ, or his sentence is too much according to XYZ law and how they sentence you. And there's a RPS, I think it's called, or something like that. I forgot what it's called, but something that happens according how you get your, it's like a score point thing that they have. Um it's like a rate chart or something like that of points or something according to the crimes and stuff like that, is how they then can charge you. Each charge has a certain amount of years. Um and then it's like they got to scale it on a rate sheet. So if they want to be, because they don't have to give you the maximum and they don't have to give you the minimum, they could give you the middle, the medium. They could meet halfway with the sentencing charges, with the sentencing. They don't have to necessarily always just give you the maximum or give you the minimum. They can go with the medium of it and say, well, you know what? Just like, say, for instance, what they did with Michael Williams. He was supposed to be charged with 15 years. He was asking for 5. The judge said, no, I'm going to give you 8. See? But we got a happy medium. Judge Donnelly said, we got a happy medium. Okay. I'm not going to give you the 5 like you want. And I'm not going to give you the 15 because you did make a deal and you decided to say what you had to say according to your truth and your story about Mr. Kelly. Okay. And you did help out in the Eastern District of New York. You wound up being John Doe number 1. You testified against them. Thank you for your cooperation. I give you 8 years. Because that's basically what she did. So, yeah. You know. So, Bonjean knows what she's doing. So let's see if she can do it with R. Kelly. Let's see. You never know. She might work miracles. Lord, please don't. Right, a point system. Yes, a point system, guys. Yes. Yes. So now let's continue with the last little pieces of Miss Bonjean's arguments, right? We're going to go back. The last we went through was 2425, which had to deal with transportation of transmitting information of a minor, right, across state lines. Correct? Correct. Okay. So that's what that charge is about. Then we have the next one is the United States Code 1589. This is section 1589. Okay, there's no A, there's no B. It's just the generalization meaning of it, right? So let's go to it. 1589. Oh, where the heck is it? Wait. Oh, here it is, 1589. Okay. All right. So the code for 1589 is forced labor. And it says that whoever knowingly provides or obtains the labor or services of a person by any one of or by any combination of the following means. 1. By means of force, threats of force, physical restraint, or threats of physical restraint to that person or another person. 2. By means of serious harm or threats of serious harm to that person or another person. 3. By means of the abuse or threatened abuse of law or legal process, or by means of any scheme, plan, or pattern intended to cause the person to believe that if that person did not perform such labor or services, that person or another person would suffer serious harm or physical restraint. And it says that they shall be punished as provided under subsection D. And subsection D says that whoever violates this section shall be fined under this title, imprisoned not more than 20 years or both. If death results from a violation of this section, or if the violation includes kidnapping, an attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to kill, the defendant shall be fined under this title, imprisoned for any term of years of life or both. So, 1589. Now, that had to do with, let's go over that part there. Okay, 24. Page 24, 25, and 52. Page 24. All right, let me go to page 24 and see what the U.S. title, I mean, the U.S. code for 1589 is. Let's see where they talk about it. And let's get to that page. 22, 23, says 24. Now let's see. Let's find it. Give me a second, guys. Let me find out what we're talking about here. I don't see 1589 here. I don't know. What the heck? Okay, give me a second. Let's search for this way. Okay. All right, I found it. So, on page 24, number 4, it says that the Racketeering Act 6, the forced labor for Geronda, it says no rational juror could conclude based on the evidence adduced at trial that defendant knowingly obtained or agreed to obtain any labor or services from Geronda on January 23rd, 2010. A conviction of forced labor under 18 U.S. 1589 requires the government to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant obtained the labor or services of another through inter alia, threats of serious harm. Inter alia means almost, amongst, something like that. Through inter alia. I forgot what that meant, guys, but something like that. And then it says threats of serious harm and the defendant acted knowingly. So the language by means of is contained in the forced labor statute, which requires the government to establish a causal link between the labor and services provided by the person and threat of serious harm. 1589A is assigned to any harm with whether physical or non-physical, including psychological, financial, or reputational harm that is sufficiently serious under all the surrounding circumstances to compel a reasonable person of the same background and in the same circumstances to perform or to continue to performing labor or services in order to avoid incurring that harm. So Section 1589 is intended to address serious trafficking or cases where traffickers threaten harm to third persons, restrain their victims without physical violence or injury, or threaten dire consequences by means other than overt violence. The harm or threat of harm, considered from the vantage point of a reasonable person in the place of the victim. So, Racketeering Act 6 for Geronda was what? Let me see. What did it say about Geronda again? Wait, let me go back. Forced labor. Okay, so let me go back here. Okay. Let's see if I can find forced labor. See if we can find where in here. Give me a second, you guys. Okay. All right, it's searching through the document. It's going kind of slow here. Let me see. Okay, well, in the meantime, I'm wondering will it still continue searching if I go off the page? Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Okay. It goes on page 3. Okay. Sorry, guys, it's searching, but I think I'm gonna have to stop searching because it's being weird. All right. I don't know what happened the last time. That shit got stuck. It was being really weird. All right, so 1589 had to deal with that. Now, if we go back to the next one, would be the section for the Title 18 for the section 2251A. Okay, 2251A. Okay. So 2251 is sexual exploitation of children. And A says that any person who employs, uses, persuades, induces, entices, or coerces any minor to engage in, or who has a minor assist any other person to engage in, or who transports any minor in or affecting interstate or foreign commerce or in any territory or possession of the United States with the intent that such minor engage in any sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of producing any visual depiction of such conduct or for the purpose of transmitting a live visual depiction of such conduct shall be punished as provided under subsection E. If such person knows or has reason to know that such visual depiction will be transported or transmitted using any means or facility of interstate or foreign commerce or in or affecting interstate or foreign commerce or mailed if that visual depiction was produced or transmitted using materials that have been mailed, shipped, or transported in or affecting interstate or foreign commerce by any means, including by computer, or if such visual depiction has actually been transported or transmitted using any means or facility of interstate or foreign commerce, or in or commerce, or in or affecting interstate or foreign commerce or mailed. So again, it has to do with sex. It has to do with sexual exploitation. Okay? When you're inducing, you're enticing, you're going around showing pictures, you're mailing pictures, you got your phone, you're traveling with these pictures on your phone, and you have pictures of minor on your phone, or you have actual photos that were printed out, you have DVDs, VHS, whatever, emails, you're sending it from here and there, or you're traveling with it across state lines. This is what this is about. This is what the charges are about. Okay? Let's get that one out of the way. The next charge that she talks about is the United States Code 22563. 22563, y'all. Okay, let's find 22563. Okay. And I don't know if you guys can see it. It's kind of, I'm pretty sure it's small on your side, but it has to do with producing. Okay, producing. Producing means producing, directing, manufacturing, issuing, publishing, or advertising. Okay? And let's go here. Okay. And the definitions for these chapters is that the 2256 code has to do for the purposes of 1, a minor, which means any person under the age of 18. Okay. 2, it has to do with sexual explicit conduct. Okay, which means actually or simulated. Sexual intercourse, including genital to genital, oral to genital, anal to genital, or oral to anal, whether between persons of the same or opposite sex. It has to do with bestiality, masturbation, sadistic or masochistic abuse, or lascivious exhibition of the anus, genitals, or public area of any person. For purposes of subsection 8b, it has to do with sexual explicit conduct, graphic sexual intercourse, including genital to genital, oral to oral, bestiality. Okay. Okay, producing. Now, producing means directing, manufacturing, issuing, publishing, or advertising. So, yeah, that's what that's talking about. So, it's talking about producing or advertising some type of video depiction. Okay. All right. The next one is 2422A. Okay, let's see what that one is. Okay. Now, 2422 has to deal with coercion and enticement. And it said Part A, where it says that whoever knowingly persuades, induces, entices, or coerces any individual to travel in interstate or foreign commerce or in any territory or possession of the United States to engage in prostitution or any sexual activity for which any person can be charged with the criminal offense or attempts to do so, so shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years or both. So that's what this one has to do with. Okay, and that's Part A. Now let's see, 46. Okay, wait. Oh no, 42. Okay. All right. The next one we're going to talk about is this one. I forgot to highlight it. The California penal laws. Okay. The California Penal Law, Section 2261.5b. Okay. And it also has for A, same thing. So we're going to look at A and B. Okay. Okay. Now, check this one out, guys. Do you see the screen? I want you guys to really see the screen here. Do you see what that says, y'all? Does anybody see what that say? You know what? I didn't realize that R. Kelly was actually being charged with statutory rape. Do you see that? Did anybody realize that? Did anybody catch this? Nobody caught this. Nobody caught this. You see why I think it was very important to read off those laws? Because these are the actual factual things he's being charged with. So if we understand this, then we can understand what he's really being charged with. Give me 1 second, guys. All right. Where's my phone's about to die. I have to go get my charger too. Okay. Okay. All right, y'all. Sorry about that, guys. I had to charge my phone. So I'm about to charge over to the computer. Okay. All right. Don't start your shit. Okay, so guys, let's see what you guys are saying there. What is going on? Not now. Okay. Almost forgotten that life disease herpes that predator gave those ladies. Ugh. Yes, they both had to overcome. Yes, they did. So you guys see this? So the California Penal Code Section 261.5 has to do with statutory rape, unlawful sex. So, and it said A, right? A and B. Okay. All right, I'm trying to make sure. Okay. All right. Here we go. Now it says that defining statutory rape under California Penal Code 261.5 to convict you under the CPC 261.5A and B, statutory rape of a minor within 3 years of your age. The prosecution must prove the following beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh, wait. Oh, shh. Don't open up. Okay. Open it up. All right. All right. To convict, what was I? All right. Now, one is for sexual intercourse, saying that you had sexual intercourse with another person and not your spouse. The other person was not your spouse at the time of sexual intercourse, and person wasn't 18. The other person wasn't 18, and not more than 3 years younger. The other person wasn't more than 3 years younger than your age. Y'all hear that? You're very welcome, Karen. I'm trying my best to learn just like you guys. I really am. So, note, minors can also be charged with violating the CPC if the right facts are in place. However, the prosecution must prove that you didn't actually and reasonably believe the other person was 18. You heard that? Y'all heard that? He already had known, and on his trip to California, that Azriel was not 18. He already knew she was 17. So he still committed statutory rape, even though the mother said you could go and travel with him. Go back, baby. Go back. Yes. And all these text messages, it still doesn't matter. He committed rape, statutory rape. She's trying to fight that because of the age thing. Let's see how this works. No, minors can also be charged. So, minor on minor. Now, example. An 18-year-old high school senior defendant, Donna, has sex with her boyfriend, victim, bleh. Okay. Example. An 18-year-old high school senior, the defendant, is Donna. Mwah, I love you. Mwah, I love you. I love you. I'll see you in the morning. What are you doing?
Make sure he's up in the morning.
Oh, right. He gotta be ready for you. Okay. All right. Okay. I love you. My husband's going to work now. Okay. All right. God bless you, baby. I love you. All right. Again, let's start this again. Example. An 18-year-old high school senior, the defendant, her name is Donna, has sex with her boyfriend, who is the victim, Vincent, on prom night. Vincent is 17 on the night of prom and turns 18 the next morning. Vincent's siblings learn of the sexual intercourse on Vincent's birthday. They tell Vincent's very religious parents, who report Donna for statutory rape. Donna insists that Vincent was old enough, or at least close enough in age, to have sex, since it was his birthday the next morning. Should Donna be convicted? What do you think, guys? Should Donna be convicted knowing that she was 18 and he was going to be 18 the next day? Right? Should she be convicted of statutory rape? That's okay, Karen. You good, baby. Do your thing, mama. In some states, if a teenager slept with someone over 2 years younger than them, that's rape. Well, here in California, it's considered statutory rape. So, the conclusion is Donna had sex with Vincent, who, while very near 18 years, wasn't yet old enough to have sex under California law. So the law measures ages from the minute one turns a year older, meaning that Vincent wasn't old enough to have sex with Donna until his birthday. So on the morning after prom. So therefore, since Vincent was actually 17 at the time of the sexual intercourse, and the couple was also unmarried, Donna should be convicted of statutory rape. And R. Kelly should be convicted of statutory rape. Where's my fucking butt? You know what? Everybody's always happy, trigger happy with a button. Let me. Yes. Let me see if I could do the sound. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if y'all, because I'm having issues with my sound. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Let me see. Uh, now I'm gonna have to get new speakers or something. I cannot. Why is my house door wide open like that? My husband just left, but didn't he just close the door? Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. I don't know what. I guess my husband didn't close the door properly. And then, I don't know, just opened widely. Okay, so did you guys hear what I just read? Wow. Drop them bombs in the chat. That is boom. So to convict you under oh no, this is A and C. So they were talking about A and B, which we just read. Yeah, so we just read A and B. So, and that's for Azriel, guys. Let's see what the other one is. The next one we're going to get into is the New York Penal Law, Section 120.20. Okay. Okay. Hey, Danny. What's up, lady? Now, here we have the New York Penal Law, Section 120.20, which is reckless endangerment in the second degree. And that is when a person is guilty of reckless endangerment in the second degree, is when he recklessly engages in conduct which creates a substantial risk of serious physical injury to another person. So, reckless endangerment in the second degree is a Class A misdemeanor. So it's just a misdemeanor of a person being guilty of being reckless, okay, and engaging and creates serious risk of physical injury, which, as we all know, is the herpes situation, right? Then the next one is the New York Public Health Law, Section 2307. Okay, now the New York Consolidated Laws, the Public Health Law, PBH Section 2307, talks about venereal disease and the person knowing himself to be infected. So, a person who knowing himself or herself to be infected with an infectious venereal disease has sexual intercourse with another shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. All right, read this complete New York Consolidated Laws on persons knowing himself to be infected on Westlaw. Let's see what this says here. Do I really have to sign in? Really? Really? Let's see if I could do this. Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay. So basically, that's another misdemeanor. Okay. So that's talking about, like I said, the person knowing that he has the disease and he's, passing it on. He's just spreading the bumps. Mhm. Spreading the bumps. Then I believe we're going to talk about here the Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 29C. Is this what it is? Okay. Now, Rule 29 is the motion for a judgment of acquittal. And it talks about C. So, C says that after jury verdict or discharge. So, one would be time for a motion where a defendant may move for a judgment of acquittal or renew such a motion within 14 days after a guilty verdict or after the court discharges the jury, whichever is later. 2, ruling on the motion. Now, if the jury has returned a guilty verdict, the court may set aside the verdict and enter an acquittal. If the jury has failed to return the verdict, the court may enter a judgment of acquittal. 3, no prior motion required. A defendant is not required to move for a judgment of acquittal before the court submits the case to the jury as a prerequisite for making such a motion after jury discharge. Okay, that's that. So that's why she did it the way she did it. She had to do it the way she did it. after the verdict. Okay. Okay. Last and not least, well, yeah, this is might be it here. Is the other California law, which is the Health and Safety Code, 120290. It says that it's the California statute that makes it a crime for a person intentionally to transmit an infectious disease. A conviction is a misdemeanor, punishable up to 6 months in jail and fines of up to $1,000. So the defendant is guilty of intentional transmission of an infectious or communicable disease if all of the following apply. That the defendant knows that he or she or a third party is afflicted with an infectious or communicable disease. B, the defendant acts with the specific intent to transmit or cause an afflicted third party to transmit that disease to another person. Or C, the defendant or the afflicted third party engages in conduct that poses a substantial risk or transmission to that person. So, in other words, this law has to do with you transmitting it to someone and that someone transmitting it to someone else. Right? Is that what I'm reading? Is that what I'm understanding here? And then it says D, the defendant or third party transmits the infectious or communicable disease to the other person. And then E, if exposure occurs through interaction with the defendant and not a third party, the person exposed to disease during voluntary interaction with the defendant did not know that the defendant was infected with the disease. A person's interaction with the defendant is not involuntary solely on the basis of his or her lack of knowledge that the defendant was afflicted with the disease. Wow. Examples. Knowingly transmitting herpes to a sexual partner. Another example, transmitting HIV via sharing a needle for drug injection. Another example is intentionally transferring COVID-19 to others after testing positive. The defenses for this is a defendant can fight a 120290 HS charge with a legal defense. A few common defenses are: 1, no knowledge of infectious disease. 2, no intent to transmit and or no transmission at all. The penalties of violation of this law is a California misdemeanor as opposed to a felony or an infraction. The crime is punishable by imprisonment in a county jail for up to 6 months or a maximum fine of $1,000. So that is the last of the laws, the statutes that Miss Bonjean was explaining and talking about with the acquittal, that she wants to get rid of these charges that I have read off here today. So, good night, Karen. Oh, good for you, Karen. That's awesome. I'm going to talk about jury duty tomorrow. So, hopefully, maybe you can come back and talk to us about your experience. Hey, Nuni, what's up, loca? Oh, good night, Karen. Sleep tight, mama. I got to get up early in the morning myself. So I'm going to leave it here. And like I said, we're going to have another segment. I did make a mistake. I did say that in the videos that I was going to start in the live. We were talking about Tricky Nikki. I meant to say we were going to talk about Miss Bonjean, not Tricky Nikki. Tricky Nikki's going to be in my next live. We're going to put a couple of videos about her and stuff. So, yeah, we'll be talking about her on the next show, as well as jury duty and voir dire and jury questionnaires. Okay? So that's what we're going to do, guys. For those who have caught the replay, if you have any comments, please leave your comments in the comments section below. And if you guys like the commentary, you love your girl, you support the channel, donations are welcome. You can hit my Cash App. It's Diva Divine Light. You could also hit my PayPal. It's also Divina Divine Light. And you can Zelle me if you want as well. It's 347-664-9253. The information is scrolling underneath the screen. You can also super chat me, guys. If you can donate and hit the super chat. And if you're not a member of my members only group, you can do so for $1.99. I give little perks. You guys can post little emojis in the chat as you guys are going along, chatting and mingling with everybody. Also, you get badges and they upgrade every couple of months. And it's really cool. And I do private shows and put exclusive things in the members only. So if you don't mind, y'all already know. As I said, please comment below the video, like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget to please hit that like button on your way out if you didn't already. If you're not subscribed to my channel, please do so. Hit the notification bell on the right and put it on all so you can get all of my videos as I upload them. And you guys have a wonderful evening. And you can join the members only group for $1.99 a month. Thank you.